just see. And apparently he's saying he already got $500 off of people here. That's pretty sick. It's really ridiculous. And if you don't believe me, go to Ballotpedia, look John Kitover up, zoom in on the picture. You will see an E7 rank. You will see a soldier with the last name Kitchen. And then you can look up that soldier and you can see, you can view his Instagram photos with all his like little posts and all that stuff.
That's not an E7 rank. That's a military intelligence insignia on the front breast pocket or on the front breast lapel of my Class A uniform.
No, it's not.
Sorry, but yes, it is.
No. So,
Greg, you can say whatever you want, but it's slander to accuse me of doing, you know.
Stolen valor. I'm going to call stolen valor.
Okay, well then it's slander. And we're going to file the first lawsuit on behalf of the campaign!
When you like fucking use a military man's fucking picture, and then you're soliciting funds on that.
It's me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm bald, I know. I lost my hair. Stress! It took it away from me like that.
I just really don't. You're scum. Because you didn't know what happened to that soldier. You don't know if he died. You don't know if he died in the course of duty.
I'm right here. I'm alive. I'm alive. I am alive.
And as far as I'm concerned, the joke's up, and it's pretty fucking disgusting that it went this long, and that you utilized a fucking veteran to have.
I'm alive.
And there isn't nobody, and you would get your ass beat in. I can promise you that. Go to your VFW post. I dare you to go out there and fucking talk the shit you do at the bar with a whole bunch of them before your teeth get fucking railed in on the bar there while they're drinking their whiskey.
Nathan's Army, isn't he? And maybe Eric?
Nathan is, yeah.
Yeah, well, we could ping him in here, couldn't we? And he could go over it.
This is the official roast party, John Kitover.
I couldn't remember
Eric. Cool, like this shit's so wild.
I'm just making chillos and beef.
And I modded Brad, FYI, because I really don't care how things turn out.
But yeah, I don't like it when people grift off of fucking soldiers. I just don't. And
that's grifting.
You were gonna get caught. You knew you were gonna get caught. That's the whole point. You think it's fun. But so now you're.
Oh, butter bars.
Now you got a few laws to tangle. So I'm sure they're gonna find one of those IP addresses. I'm sure they're gonna find.
Bring it, Brad.
I'm sure they're gonna find you because I'm not playing.
I'm not playing either.
Where's the picture you got posted? An E7 in the Army, and the last name on the.
This one might go all day. I might make this my super room before
I
I go.
Ballotpedia. And the campaign says John Kitover.
No sharks.
The 4-year butterball.
It's true.
I never heard of that shit before.
It's true. I'm an oddity in the military.
4 fucking years.
Not many people get their butter bars and then just get medically discharged like this guy. I'll be right back.
Alright, I leave it to you guys. Have fun.
Invited him back up because it's not my room.
Yeah, I have a question for him as well, if he doesn't mind. Is he still in the room? Ooh.
This piece of nurse here.
Yeah, John, I had a question for him.
Hold on, I'm looking at it, and the picture is quite fuzzy. Is he talking about his name tag? Because his name tag definitely says Kitover.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I was kind of looking. It's if you click at the link at the top, you can see the picture in question.
I don't sorry.
I don't want to PTR somebody else's picture. If anybody else is
What
comfortable,
is Brad
I just.
talking about? What tag is he talking about? The only tag I see that has a name is the one of his lapel on the right side that says
Okay, go ahead, Haitian. What's your question?
No, how long you been traveling, bro?
Well, I'm 42 years old. If you're referring to Freemasonry, I'm not a Freemason.
So why do you have an apron and everything?
Oh, I'm a collector. I have a lot of books and a lot of artifacts and records, all kinds of interesting information, collectibles.
Okay, I got you. You're the wannabe type of guy, right? Wannabe.
Yeah, I'm the wannabe congressman, the wannabe second lieutenant in the U.S. Army. A wannabe. Takes a wannabe to know a wannabe.
Wannabe for post-Masonic symbols and not even with fucking Mason. I got it.
I don't understand why this is being contested. That's clearly his photo. I can tell that's John.
Holly, welcome to the internet. Welcome to the roast. It's a roast. This app is a barbecue. That's what's happening here. And I'm okay with that. I accept the rules of the game.
John, I don't know you to roast you, bro. I'm just about to really fuck with you. I really give a fuck. But you
Oh, I agree. I don't think anybody should be on this app wasting their time. That's a you problem.
Okay, all I see are a few pins on his little towel that don't have names on them. They're tiny, they're like these small pins. And then above his right pocket, dress pocket, says name tag that says Kitover, but it's just a plain name tag. It's not like a ranking or anything. It looks like an officer uniform, like a green, dark green, with gold buttons. And he's got a tie on, he's like accepting an award or something, or where would the rank be?
It's on the shoulders. I'm a butter bar. And the insignia on the front is the intelligence insignia, which looks like a star.
That's between him and Brad. I ain't seen the fucking picture, so.
Don't have pens, there's just like buttons.
Yo, Matt Cool, put the shit in your picture on Matt Cool.
You can also go to Instagram, and my profile name is John Kitover. You can scroll past all the videos from Politically Correct of you Haitian talking, and then you can get to my actual military second lieutenant, commissioning ceremony from the Citadel. Totally up to you to figure it out if you want. But ladies and gentlemen, this is not a question of stolen valor. This is a question of stealing $37 trillion and $2 trillion a year that we don't collect in taxes. Go to johnforcongress.com or click that link above right now to give 10, not 11, 10, not $9. Thank you, Clubhouse, aka Clown House, like Haitian here with his dunce hat on our great President Trump. Wait, did you just say $100? Because I'm over here dancing right now. Please hold.
Yeah, but you said Trump was a great president, so I can't do it.
Ah,
Answer that line. I thought you was really working on some shit.
shucks. That's too bad. I was dancing over here.
Totally does, man. You dance. That's what you do best. Dance. Dance, boy. Dance.
They say, join the dance and the partners will find themselves. I'm dancing again. He's dancing, dancing, dancing. He's dancing, dancing, dancing. Yeah. Well, Hakima, what have you thought about the morning show for the campaign to elect John Kitover? Were you thoroughly entertained, Hakima? Ashley, were you entertained?
Very much so. You know, but I mean, I am being serious. I am concerned about this state. I've lived here all 36 years of my life, and I've seen everything down here go to shit. Like, our farmlands are being overgrown because farmers don't want to do, like, farmers are moving away. You know, I mean, there are fields that I grew up around that they used to drive through, and they were just growing every year, but this year they're, like, weed piles. And it's sad. It's really sad down here.
Well, change now is a good motto. I hope Dr. Adams, who is supporting Darren LaHood, the incumbent, that we are trying to unseat and defeat, I hope we can convince Dr. Adams to change his position, because we need all the clubhouse support we can get. Now, I know some people are going to flip against me on this app, because the contrarian position is always the best position to be in. And I understand Adams' position, but I think eventually we're going to win over Adams, and one night he's going to come gushing in. He's going to change allegiances. He's going to update his PTR to John for Congress. And we are going to take the 16th District of Illinois with Dr. Adams when he breaks the camel's back. I just have a positive vibration. I think Dr. Adams is such a great performer. This might just be a front. And eventually he will turn to the campaign to elect John Kitover, second lieutenant, retired, former sergeant in the Army. Will he win this election? But Ashley, I hear you what you're saying about the farming. You know, I think we have to maximize, you know, our farming, limit our imports, tax the imports, you know, and make sure farmers make as much money as possible at, you know, market rate. But, you know, I'm no farmer. I'm running for Congress, and I work primarily in digital communications. So, you know, I would say document what you're talking about, take photos, shoot videos, make awareness videos on YouTube, TikTok, and, you know, that's what I'm doing. I mean, I'm constantly calling attention to the problems, the dysfunctional problems in government, the borrowing and spending, the bullshit contracting. So, you know, social media and that court of justice is really the first court of deliberation and reprieve. And everyone has that ability to start networking and documenting and being a citizen journalist. So there's really no other way to do it, in my opinion. You know, even if I win this congressional seat or make the primary, I mean, you're still creating content about what you perceive, you know, as being things to fix. So that's what most of these Congress people do. Most of them just complain and create, you know, Trump crash out videos, but nobody's really documenting and recording the problems that they would actually like to be fixed.
Well, I mean, if something happens, like you're fighting an uphill battle up in northern Illinois, I'm telling you, because I think you're the only Republican on the ballot, aren't you?
Yeah,
And I saw one.
other than the guy that I'm
Yeah.
running against, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, if you ever get a chance to drive down here, it's like a 5-hour drive from you know, to check out how bad things are down here and like how much they could be improved. But this whole end of the state is completely ignored. The schools are ignored. I worked in the school cafeteria, and I can tell you how, like it was canned food, it was frozen food. They didn't even turn on the stove some weeks, right? It was all oven stuff, and it's pretty bad. And then the special education down here is trash. I mean, there's a lot of concerns I have in this state, and it's making it so people that have lived here their whole lives are moving away because you can't afford your property taxes. My taxes doubled this year, almost.
What's keeping you there, Ashley? Family?
My grandparents are older. They took me in when they didn't have to, so there's no way I'd leave them.
Well, I love it. I came back into the room to hearing somebody railing against property taxes. And we get justice the day it goes. There is one person running for office that is in opposition to these said taxes. And if we really care about, you know, property property rights in general. I would just highly recommend clicking on the link above and throwing a couple bones to John Kitover so he can go and hear a voice.
If I had the money, I would donate, but I don't right now.
$1 goes a long ways.
It does. It also puts you in our database, so I can reach out to you to help us with the campaign digitally. And I know $1 may be a time waster for you, but if you get in our database and we get your email or cell phone number, and you're open to receiving messages from the campaign directly, we need direct digital action just as much as on the ground foot action. So your digital footprint and your digital activity can be even more valuable sometimes than on the ground action. Your retweets, your reposts, your citizen journalism, you will be joining a forever campaign until you tell us to stop spamming it.
Well, if you ever run down here in my district, I help knock on doors and everything. If you could bring awareness to down here, because it's a waste. Like, it could be a good area here.
Well, who is your congressperson in your district?
Let me look it up. I can't remember off the top of my head. I don't want to dox myself.
Do you know who Darren Bailey is?
I think I've heard the name.
He's a Republican. He ran for governor. He owns a large farm. He's kind of like our, who was that rancher guy in Wyoming who stood off against the government? They made a movie about him or something. But he's just a very politically active conservative farmer, and he did not win the governor's race, but he, made a good showing and organized more people, to the Republican Party of Illinois to hopefully, unseat and knock these Democrat psychos who are ruining this state with $200 billion in debt. The city of Chicago is $60 billion in debt with hundreds of billions of dollars in liabilities, just like the federal government. The federal government has $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities and $37 trillion in funded liabilities, but nobody cares about that. Everybody wants to attack the military record of John Kitover and his second lieutenant honor bar status as an officer, a medically retired officer from the U.S. Army National Guard. Mojo, you just missed a very exciting roast of campaign candidate Congressman John Kitover.
Thank you for your service, John. Ours is my boss. He's been for as long as I can remember, too. No, thank you for your service, John.
Don't thank me, Pockets. Don't thank me. Thank all the thousands of dead soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan died fighting for your freedom and liberty to give $1 to John Kitover. Don't thank me.
So Pockets, let me just say it. The best form of thank you, the most sincere form, is in the form of a donation.
Yeah, I was just about. I was sitting there saying in the form of giving some money.
Listen, I can't promise you that I won't make drastic cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, but for every $1 you send me, I will give back. Just, I don't know, does $100 billion sound fair, Pockets? How about that?
Well, I support what you're doing. I think it's just the fact that I am just more emotionally invested and not thinking as logically, because I do work with seniors. I'm very close with a lot of them, so I feel like my emotions do get in the way of my logic on all of this. So, but I do support what you're doing. I highly support term limits, which I saw that on your website. I think that's a big deal, is putting term limits on people in office. So I highly support that.
Pockets, do you support $1 worth? $10 worth? $100 worth?
Yeah, fucking do the opposite.
Wow. Thank you, Pockets.
Ashley, do you ever have the opportunity to go to your local county GOP meetings if you're on the GOP side or Democrat meetings?
I don't get a chance to, because, trying to find somebody to watch the kids, and there's no way I'd take my kids somewhere like that. They're too hyper.
And you're married now, aren't you? Did you watch them?
Yeah, but remember, he's on the boat. Remember, he's on the boat. So
Well, I don't know what he does. So he goes off.
he's gone for 28 days. Yeah, he's away for 28 long days. This time it was 5 weeks though, because he went to school.
Wait, hold on. Your man takes off for 28 days at a time?
Yeah, he works on a towboat.
How do you,
He's actually almost a steersman.
how do you satisfy your needs?
By jacking off. I read slut.
Oh, that's cool. I was gonna point you to some resources if you needed, but it sounds like you got it figured out.
Oh no, I'm 36 years old. I've done figured everything out. I'm good in that department.
Do you like running out with your hand or do you use toys?
Oh my God.
Nacho, no. Toys are the creation of the tasting. How should I say? Big players are the devil's toy. I feel like they give you false for what is reality, right? It's no dude is going 1,000 miles per minute on my vagina. Like it's just never happened. So I feel like, we gotta get rid of all these toys. It's their lives. I don't even believe in sex inside marriage.
Now that is an honest answer for a 36-year-old. Amen.
Oh, yeah, I got a question for you. Since we're on the topic of masturbation, are you left-handed or right-handed?
Right.
Okay. I just want to know, so if I ever meet you in person, I want to know which hand I can shake.
Who doesn't believe in sex within marriage?
Serendipity. I am not ambidextrous when it comes to masturbating. My right hand frees and I can't do nothing about it. This sucks. Serendipity, are you good?
I am.
Why is it happening now?
Because you came in the room.
I don't understand.
You did it.
I just heard
somebody say no sex in marriage. Are you kidding me?
I'm kidding. It was a troll. It was a troll.
I know.
Hold on.
I would love to hear what you guys do.
Yeah, look at God. Look at God. Mojo started in plastic surgery. He can't scream at us for interrupting him either.
That's an accident. Jehovah was like, don't worry about it, Mojo. You're not saying anything. Oh, I like being yelled at by Mojo. Other people not so much, but I just feel like passionate, like heated. It's kind of like, what else? No. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Meaning, we can't hear you. We love you too much.
It's just like the fuck, okay?
Hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to say, ladies, go ahead and talk about all of your filthy habits. However, if a certain somebody, a friend of mine, enters this room, we need to change the subject because she doesn't like to hear about this.
That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
You'll know.
They're grown up. They understand things, and that's not gonna happen. We're just gonna keep on top of their lovely little selves. I think the ones who are most silent about the nasty shit are the ones who are the eggs. That's been my experience too in the podcast. Yeah. Gaslighting, right? Gaslighting. Yes, it's the book girl.
I used to be very, very quiet.
Yeah, you're a freak girl.
Lady of the streets.
I know, yes, you weren't even know there. That's the crazy shit. Apparently, I'm so influential. All I have to do is go into a room.
I know. And I didn't even do it, Kristen. Did you see? I didn't bring the time.
You were not yet. Yeah.
I was a very good girl.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I don't like talking about it, but I don't know. My closest friends, we talk about sex, but I'm not big on
No, I
topics.
totally understand.
No, I never tell my strangest desires to strangers. So fucking no, my friends will look at me. My friends will look at me and be like, I'm never sleeping over your house again. You know what I mean? Yeah. I feel very judged.
Can I make a suggestion?
Of course.
Yes.
Okay. So, take how many times you masturbate per month and multiply that by 2.5, and that's the denominator donation that you should donate.
I only $20.50. I'm in the nomination. Cash App is open. Yeah, I get off by draining those bank accounts. I think I owe like $25.
I gotta say that was an intense roast room.
It's not really.
I
Who
feel like
roasted you, Don? I'm so confused. I missed him?
Brad really roasted me because he was
No, I'm
upset.
gonna go back to that.
He was very upset that he never made it to an officer status in the U.S. Army. You know, and I respect his service and I respect his strength and courage. But if you're going to accuse me of stolen valor, I believe that is slander. And also, you're going to come on here all day, every day, and make homicidal ideation, death threats against people, particularly the young people who are recording you. And if you are a business professional and you do work in insurance or whatever the hell you do, I think you're an absolute madman to come on a social audio chat under your legal name making death threats and think that that might not have repercussions for your career or job, etc. So, I mean, be careful, you know, throwing stones. And Dr. Adams, I am 100% confident that we are going to get Dr. Adams to change over to the campaign to elect John Kitover to Congress and ditch Darren LaHood, the rhino, a vaccinologist, and super debt creator.
I just don't get what picture he was referring to. The one on Wikipedia clearly says Kitover. I don't see kitchen anywhere.
Yeah, and I Googled you, John. I Googled you. You're fucking everywhere. It's not really hard to find you. I was really dying yesterday when people kept saying, like, you're not who you say you are. I'm like, but he's literally everywhere online. Like, you go to your YouTube, you see your face, you hear the voice, it's the same. I don't understand what's going on.
And the young man in the Wikipedia photo that Brad referenced, accepting some sort of award, military award, it's clearly John. It's a younger, clearly John.
That's a commissioning.
So I'm very.
That's a commissioning ceremony photo. Yeah, that's when I got my butter bars pinned on when I was made a second
Yeah,
lieutenant.
you can't take away that nose, man. You got a very distinct nose. Like, you can't copy that. I was confused as well. Right, Ashley? I mean, I think you were in jail. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I just didn't,
So for his eyes, is he having a hard time seeing? I mean, I love Brad, I'm just saying, it clearly did say Kitover. I didn't see any other place on his shirt that said letters. That was the only place that had letters. So, and he said Wikipedia photo. So I don't know what other photo he could have been looking at.
it's a real thing, Holly, that, like, if you think something is there, you're gonna see it sometimes. People are just like, they believe it so hard sometimes, it's what they see. And you can't prove it wrong.
Mandela effect.
There was a court that was not
Not have a monocle.
He did not have a monocle. There was a cornucopia in Fruit Loop. I don't care. Whatever you want to say. He didn't have a black tail. He didn't have a black tail. I'll get wrong. I still have the Pokemon. Pikachu. Pikachu didn't have a black tail. Nah, dude, I hate that shit. I hate that shit. Like, it makes me so mad that I have me questioning if I'm retarded or not. So,
Bears, the Berenstain Bears.
what did I say? Looney Tunes, what spelled different? I'm like, no, it's okay, you're not. It's alright. What about, like, pork walkies? Pork walkies. That was Sinbad. I was like, no, that existed. It was like Sinbad and the, being a genie. Yeah, like that. Yeah, I am Shazam. Yeah. And what they're saying there was a movie.
Yeah, I like that.
Which they're saying the title of the movie different, or there was just never a movie? I don't know, but there's something about it that they're saying. I think it was never. They're not even making us guess what the Mandela effect was with that. Alright, well, here's the thing. I don't really care. You can mess with my mind. You can make me question things. At the end of the day,
care. Like, are my bills being paid? I'm sorry, I'm not much. But are my bills being paid? Do I have a job the next day? Are my cats and dogs fed? Do I have Mojo's attention? All of these things. Right. First and foremost, my.
Well, hold on. The best way to get my attention these days is to click that link above. Smash that link above and to leave a generous donation. That's the best way to get my attention.
How much do you have?
I'm gonna keep my donation level private, but John is very aware of what I get.
I need you promoting my TikTok. I need you promoting my TikTok.
You are good.
So, real quick question, Kristen, and like I don't want to put any pressure on you, but so in your support of John Kitover's campaign, are you prepared to like and share the images? Are you able to volunteer in a different way? Are you going to be using cash donations? Like, how are you planning to help the John Kitover for Congress?
I don't know yet. Currently, my present is my present.
Well, if you,
Wait. What if we just did this? What if everyone in this room that hasn't given at all, what if you were to just click that link and just as a gesture of goodwill, leave $1. Doesn't mean that would be the last dollar. Maybe it is the last dollar either. But what if everyone in this room right now, including those that have already given, such as myself, what if we just click the button and give $1 right now, just to recognize that we are in support? It's $1. It's $1. $1. We can all afford $1. It's depending on what state you live in, that might be the cost of a single egg. If you can give $1 for a single egg, certainly you can give $1 for somebody that's going to advocate for policies that will lower your cost of eggs.
If you wanted my personal information, Mojo, all you have to do is
I have no access to this information whatsoever.
well, then I guess you won't be happy.
I'll put $1 in an envelope and send it to you. I just have cash.
I want to speak to the people in the group, people that are well-resourced, like Dr.
It
Adams.
has been, but I could be wrong.
Well, Dr. Adams he's a doctor for crying out loud. As a doctor, I'm sure he has an excellent salary. I think we can get Dr. Adams' department at least one of his hard-earned dollars today. Dr. Adams, please let us know once you click the button and you've given your support for John Kitover. Wallace, hopefully you've given.
I'm also hoping Matt Cool can give. Is Matt Cool still in the room? No, he's not.
I don't think Matt Cool's as well resourced as Dr. Adams, but Wallace grew up in the same area that I did, and I know that living in that area, he's got at least one disposable dollar that he can donate.
You know what I have to say there, Mojo, is that I'm so grateful that my dollar is worth just as much as everybody else's dollar. Because I am currently in a country that used to be a first world country. That's slowly turning into a third world country. And I'm slowly turning into a second class. And I'm not very happy about that, but at least my money holds value.
Well, don't forget about the Clubhouse Anonymous. I think that by, giving money to this campaign, it's a better investment than even investing in Clubhouse Anonymous, because I already have a Clubhouse Anonymous. And if there are conversations that you'd like to anonymously listen on through my YouTube, Instagram, or X account, or Clubhouse accounts, you don't even have to pay the $5 to get the anonymous feature.
John, when you factor in every dollar collected plus the matching fund, what is the grand total that the campaign is at in less than 48 hours of kicking it off?
We're at $1,100.
Wow. Wow. That's less than 48 hours. Imagine where we're going to be 2 weeks in.
I really want to optimize my time here and try to probably make, I have two offices in my house, and I know if I want to do more, I gotta be in the other room and let these rooms run. I think disengaging and controlling my time is a challenge with the stickiness of, creating these types of rooms. But, the Craigslist ads are not generating responses, so I have to find another way. It could be Facebook, and there's more work I need to do to get campaign volunteers. When I ran for committee person, I had people coming out of the woodworks to help me. With this, because there's a lot less people involved in the geographic proximity of Rockford area, but connecting with real people on the ground there, sick of their in the hood, is going to fun.
I would reach out to a guy by the name of Ken Matz. He's an elected member of the state executive committee of the Libertarian Party, and just connect with him. Ken Matz. It's Mattes. You can find him if you look up the Libertarian Party of Illinois. It's on the website. Reach out to him directly. You can mention Roger Mayhem and just say that you want to bend his ear a little bit and see if he's interested in discussing ways to feed the hood.
Okay, I got his
Check
information
to
there.
holiday.
Ken Matz. Okay, he's got a Facebook and a website. Let me get to work.
He's also on this app, so you can tell him that he can come join any of these conversations on here. If that's easier for him. But a private conversation will probably be good initially. I wonder if your piece is going to donate. I know that she talks a lot about looking to help the Black community. Maybe she's willing to vote in someone that wants the same thing she wants for the Black community. Let's bring your piece in. Yes, your piece. John Kitover is running for Congressman. Click the link above. What he's hoping to do is make sure that the ways that government intrudes in our lives, and ensure that you see the way that they've intruded in the lives of your people. You might find a great ally in John Kitover. But click on that link. That's the first step. And prayerfully considering the generous donation.
I have a question. I'm gonna talk.
No, you go ahead.
Mine's totally off topic, so forget what you want to say on the fly.
I was just gonna say, I would have $1, but the thing won't let me use my Cash App remotely.
You can use your credit card, debit card, Apple Pay.
I know, I just prefer, like, if it's not a Bowman site, to use my Cash App, and I can't find my card.
Well, I do have Cash App, but it won't, go into the campaign account, unfortunately. I can put it in the campaign account and match it on your behalf, but you have to trust me to do that. People want to make sure that campaign disclosure laws are adhered to.
Oh, dude, send me your Cash App. I'm gonna send you. Message me right now.
We have Brad back in the room who just conducted the roast of candidate Congressman John Kitover. And I thank you, Brad, for all that content. Even though you didn't give $1, your content is invaluable to the campaign. So I salute you, warrior, hero, Brad.
You did forget the fact that you used that sergeant at E7. You used his picture before in season 2, right? You forget that you went around and said you were a veteran multiple times, and then got caught lying on it. I believe there's even a video because you recorded on that tactic. But you went around using that same photo.
Brad, episode 2.
Realize all this shit, right? Like, there's something already.
Brad, I'm not an E7. I finished in the Army National Guard as a butter bar, an officer, which you did not become. You're not a gentleman. I am a gentleman, an officer, a medically retired U.S. Army intelligence officer and former infantry sergeant in the National Guard. That's my military record, Brad. You can go on and on and on and on, but that's my military record.
So you were soliciting funds for a campaign as a veteran, correct?
100% correct.
Okay, so you realize it's a federal crime, right?
Go ahead and file the federal charges, and then you can have my DD-214s, and then maybe if you keep making death threats on Clubhouse, you too will have federal charges.
Brad, so I gotta ask you, I'm confused. Okay, you said the photo on Ballotpedia, right?
Correct, yeah. He's used this before.
Okay. That's
You get
Brad.
his photos. The veteran who actually was on that photo came on the clubhouse saying, why are you using my grad?
Brad, you may have a traumatic brain injury, but that never happened.
Brad, that is 100% John. I don't understand. That is definitely his face. And
Molly.
it says Kitover, but wait, it says Kitover on the name tag.
No, it doesn't. It says kitchen.
Zoom in, it 100%.
It does not. It says kitchen. You better look it up. And it's also not an officer's uniform.
It is, it's a Class A uniform.
I zoomed in, it says Kitover.
No, it doesn't.
Sorry.
Run your AI algorithm. You have to look it up and say, oh, okay, it does say kitchen.
Brad, you're gonna have egg all over your face on this one. I hate to break the bad news to you, but I am a veteran and I'm a graduate of the Citadel Military College in Charleston, South Carolina. I hate to break that news to you, but it's the truth. I'm not doing stolen valor and I'm not lying.
That's all right.
Don't know what to
So
tell you.
what's the oath you take? Just give me the first 2 sentences.
The oath, the swearing-in ceremony?
Where you come right in. The oath, yeah. Just give me
I, John Kitover, do solemnly swear to uphold and, allegiance. It's not like I have it memorized, Brad.
Yeah, that's right. How many things we're playing going into?
No, Brad.
Okay,
I'm
Brad,
sorry,
let me ask you this
everybody in
question,
this
Brad.
room, look
Brad.
it up. It's definitely him. I'm like actually kind of concerned for you right now. He said it definitely says Kitover, and it's clearly his face. Like, there's just no doubt about it.
Pull a picture up, do a Google search, and it'll say kitchen on the last name. Ask your AI, identify the soldier and their rank out there.
Okay.
Yeah, Brad, I'm not lying. I'm not making anything up. If you want to come to Chicago, I will invite you into my office and show you all of my military records and, show you pictures and prove to you who I am that I am.
Also, you might be a motor bar for 4 years in the military. That just doesn't happen.
I wasn't a butter bar in the military for 4 years. I was first a PFC, a specialist, and then a sergeant in the U.S. Army National Guard in the infantry. And then when I graduated college in 2005, I became a butter bar. And then I was medically discharged in August of 2006.
And soliciting funds as a veteran or proposing as a veteran that is like, and
It's not stolen valor. I'm a service connect disabled veteran, Brad. What you're doing is slander, sir, and you're no gentleman. And if you keep doing it, I will find a lawyer in Chicago to send you a cease and desist.
Go ahead, find all of it.
Okay, great. Well, everything's being recorded, so the Court of Social Justice will prove that, you're making false accusations. You may have a traumatic brain injury, I don't know, but what you're doing is not genuine, sir. I'm being transparent here, but I am going to disengage from Clownhouse today. And, it gets very tiresome, and I need to essentially meditate, focus on my health, because a good congressional candidate takes care of himself.
Like I said, taking funds as a donation or soliciting funds and proposing that you were a veteran when you were not is stolen valor. Now you can pretend you're a veteran, and as we get more demonstrating with you, the product comes as well to receive benefits or funds, or you raise some kind of financial gain in it, then it becomes a crime. So guess what, buddy? I guess Roger at this point, since he's advertising your campaign, and anybody there, since you said you raised $1,000, technically in violation of crime because you posed as an officer that you already used in Clubhouse season 1 and pretended to get.
Brad, it's not. I'm not posing. It's a fact. I hate to break the news to you. And I don't go around this app making death threats nonstop to obese Democrat liberal women who are, interrupting you every other sentence. I mean, if you want to tell people to grow a sense of balls, try to talk to people the way you'd like to be talked to, and maybe you can end the vicious cycle of death threats in your life.
Well, I'll tell you what, why don't you walk into any DFW post in Chicago, or why don't you go up to Great Lakes, which is right there in the backyard.
Brad, I'm in the American Legion, post 777. The commander, his name is John. You're more than happy to go hang out with the American Legion anytime you want.
There you go, Holly. So, like I said,
Like you said, Ugats. Brad, I'm not doing stolen valor, and what you're doing is slander. Grow up and stop doing what you're doing.
I also found from 2002, looks like John Kitover was with the Citadel. Let's see. The Citadel team captain is by example. This is an article, and it goes on. He is listed as one of the top performers by sport. Says John Kitover baseball, maybe, or physical education 3.85, or no, or maybe it's John Kitover dash rifle. Sorry, 3.82 business administration. Is that right, John?
Yeah, I was on the NCAA rifle team. And you do .177 caliber, put on these giant suits, and I think what else? Yeah, that was the main sport I did in college.
So there's confirmation of that.
As evidence presents itself, Brad, are you apologize as the evidence presents itself?
no, because the picture's already been used before, and you got called out on it by the actual guy. This is not anything. He's not a veteran. He didn't start. He's full of shit. And he's collecting photos. He got called out for this shit season 1 and season 2 using the same fucking photo. Because he went on somebody's Instagram, one of the veterans that was on here, and took his photo. That's how you get this.
Brad, I'm not going to go all day, but you may force me to defend my character that you're impugning and creating a slanderous libel trail on my YouTube live stream. But you know what? I let it go because I know that Clubhouse is a roast room. It's a roast show, and running for Congress takes a lot of strength and courage that you can only develop and perfect through military service, in my opinion. Having been to the Citadel, graduating as a second lieutenant, going through 4 years of ROTC, serving in advanced infantry training in Fort Benning, Georgia, working with generals, colonels, all the time in communication, going to a general's office, going to a colonel's office, doing real military communication. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Brad, but I'm not doing stolen valor. And, you know, what you're doing is slander and maybe illegal with your death threats on this app. And I hate to keep bringing it up, but Brad, I'm telling you, as a gentleman and a former U.S. Army intelligence officer, it is not intelligent to come on Clown House and constantly make death threats to people. It's not intelligent. It's just my opinion. But who am I to give advice? Just the stolen valor schmuck, according to you. So, you know, just telling you, don't throw stones and go look in the mirror.
Well, I also want to read something that I stumbled across because, you know, I want to make sure that everything's above board. And I'm reading here that in 2002, John Kitover, cadet athlete at the Citadel Military College in South Carolina, achieved a 3.82 GPA in business administration while participating in the Army team. Like, how do you counter those things?
That just and I mean, I guess where I'm stumped is it's so obvious that the photo is John. It's clearly John. I don't understand.
It's not, it's intention is the last name. Because again, he used this, has been used this skit before. Again, he used this photo before, so how you want to believe it? I don't fucking care. You can be dumb and retarded too. I don't fucking care. You donate your time. I'm just gonna remember it. This guy is fucking soliciting, making his entire enlistment. He said a bunch of shit that isn't even true. He can't achieve anything of what he said. His medical discharge, he was a sergeant major that we made into an officer. No, the motherfucker would be 15 fucking years old.
Sergeant Major, what are you talking about? I never claimed to be a Sergeant Major. I finished up as an enlisted soldier as a sergeant, Brad, a sergeant in the U.S. Army National Guard.
What rank is that? What rank is
E5 soldier, who?
Okay. So you got your E5 here, who spent all that time and then all of a sudden Mustanged up and became an officer. Yeah, and then you went to.
It's called graduating college at the Citadel, Brad. The Citadel! The Citadel! That's how you say it, Brad. The Citadel!
Underwear guy who's got pee stains on him with 15 phones in front of him. Like, yeah, okay.
Pee stains? What are you talking about? Pee stains? Who's got pee stains on their clothing? That's disgusting, Brad. You know, Brad, I described you yesterday as a heat-seeking missile.
Look at his Instagram photos, Holly, and you tell me this guy with the 20 phones in front
Yeah,
of
Brad,
him.
why have you never accepted my Instagram friend request? I've requested you on so many of my accounts. You've never accepted.
Brad, I'm not defending who's not into me. I'm not talking about any of that, whether I like it or not. I'm saying the name tag says Kitover. The face is John.
It says fucking kitchen on the alternate again. It lets me alternate after I fucking cooked his ass earlier. It says kitchen. Even Adam, even other people in the audience, it says holy shit, it does say kitchen. So open the tag.
Everyone here zoomed in. We all looked really closely. Actually, it's a little clearer if you zoom a little bit out. Because the closer you get it, the fuzzier it gets. But clearly Kitover.
The soldier's name is Kitchen. Literally Kitchen. Now, if John changed the picture and did some fucking Photoshop real quick after I cooked his ass, that's different. But I'm telling you right now, what I'm looking up, let me do this, pull it again. Yeah, I read it through fucking, I'll use this chat GPT, whatever this fucking thing is. It's Kitchen. Comes in as Kitchen.
Thank you, Hakimi. So I'm going to put my Instagram profile in the chat. Scroll down to the bottom of the profile. You can see more military photos. And Hakima, and I'm going to upload a special military photo from Fort Benning, Georgia, where I'm with 2 African American men in the field taking a photo. We were good friends. It's
ChatGPT says the photo says Kitover, not Kitchen.
also Hakima, the African Americans in the United States Army taught me how to crib walk. So if you ever come to the Lady Hawk, you can see my crib walk dance. I might spell out Hakima. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the roast of candidate Congressman John Kitover, former U.S. Army officer in the intelligence of the United States Army. That's right. Finished my time at Fort Huachuca, Arizona. Was medically discharged from Fort Huachuca, Arizona in August of 2006, ladies and gentlemen. That's how I ended my career in the U.S. Army, National Guard.
When we first went to Ballotpedia, they pulled it up. It literally said kitchen. So I don't know what you guys are looking at because I still have it on the tab up here and I still have the photo. And it was kitchen. And again, this is the same photo dipshit used in season 1 or 2 of Clubhouse. And he was like trying to hang around veteran circles doing this fucking bizarre fucking bullshit behavior. And sitting there going and shooting people and he was all treated this way. It's the same thing. Except now he's just basically soliciting funds, posing himself as a veteran. This motherfucker never served. This motherfucker never put on a uniform. This motherfucker never went to the Citadel.
Well, not only that, you can do a quick little search online and you can find his background and going to the Citadel. I mean, like, I'm so confused. Like, this information's easily searchable.
Okay, Brad, PTR, because you're too lazy to look at my Instagram or you just don't know how, but look at my PTR. That's the actual officers, the lieutenant colonel and the major pinning my butter bars on. If you don't think that's me, I don't know what to tell you. I know I'm 42 now and I don't have any hair, but that is John Kitover, aka me, in the photo. Look at my PTR. That's my commissioning ceremony at the Citadel after I finally graduated college.
That's not you.
It's me, Brad. I'm gonna post more photos. It's me. Again. Brad, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
know better than you. I tell you what.
Okay, Brad, you're gonna tell me my life better than I know it. Okay, this is peak Clubhouse insanity. I'm just gonna keep posting more photos. Please hold, Brad.
How many general orders are there?
Brad, please hold. I'm updating PTR photos.
You couldn't even remember the.
Carry out the commander's intent, you schmuck. Protect your people and protect the assets and the equipment, Brad. Those are the first 3 general orders. I hate to break it to you, but you're talking to a former butter bar here. I'm updating the PTRs.
What you are.
Brad, you're gonna lose this one. You're gonna lose it.
Yeah, I think you're a fucking moron. I think you're full of shit. Don't donate to him. I know I won't apologize. Fuck you, fuck them, fuck him.
Listen, Brad, here's another PTR for you. This is me graduating the Citadel. That's my Citadel, senior uniform, holding my diploma. Look at that. And that's Major General Grinnells, a Marine Corps general.
Probably again, this isn't this motherfucker here.
It is, Brad. I don't know what to tell you, man. You're wrong, dude.
This is not Edmund again.
It's John Kitover, Edmund Dakin. I live on Edmund Street, you schmuck. Edmund is not my name. My name is John Zachary Kitover.
Fucking prank that that Roger cooked up with.
This is not a prank, Brad. This is not a prank.
Hoping he gets to, like, what, maybe you're hoping he gets over the limit of $1,000, in which case the FBI actually does come to the door.
No, Brad. The FBI comes to the door and shoots me. All right, I'm going to have to notify the FBI in Chicago now that you're mentioning them. And I know the head, Ed Ross back here in Chicago. I've interviewed with him. I know who he is.
An ankle monitor because
No ankle monitor on this. That's just a strap to my paddleboard down by my boat that I'm headed to, Brad. I hate to break the news to you,
You
but
named the boy you named Amistad?
no, I didn't name it Amistad. That was Mojo here. It's called Lady Hawk. Also, ladies and gentlemen, this is a lot of fun, and Brad, I gotta hand it to you. We need you. Without you, there would be no conflict, and it would be the most boring recording ever made. So I'm gonna post the YouTube live. You can see me in my Trump hat, in my Jesus Christ T-shirt that I bought on eBay, and you can see a former U.S. Army Second Lieutenant Butterbar. If you want to call my roommate at the Citadel, who has used me for his background investigations as he's moved up into the military-industrial complex, I'd be happy to give you references, referrals, people that know me, that served with me. And I don't know what to tell you, Brad, but I'm not lying. I did not deploy to Afghanistan, and I did not deploy to Iraq, but I did serve in the U.S. Army National Guard here in Chicago, in South Carolina, Georgia, in Washington, and in Arizona. That's my record, Brad, and I'm sticking to it. And I'm recording myself live, so if I'm sitting here doing stolen valor, as you suggest, I would suggest that what you're doing, sir, is slander. And it could be libelous and result in actual financial damages.
I say you're full of shit. I say you're using stolen valor, and I say you're a fucking fake. Bring the lawsuit up because discovery comes into play.
Sounds good. Can't wait for you to discover the truth that you're a schmuck. I hate to break the bad news to you.
And you're fake. And it counts.
Let me get this YouTube live so you remember where the video's at, because you're gonna watch this in the future after you join the campaign to elect John Kitover and give $10. You're gonna, Brett, there's gonna be time in the future. So I'm gonna send you my DD214s. I'm gonna send you my DD2, and I'm gonna send you the last one, the discharge DD214, that you use to get all kinds of benefits that you know about.
I don't care who you got. Like again, when this actually comes out, and Roger and others admit that this is all a big scam, and Holly can sit down there and again she can take her extreme.
Brad, I wouldn't waste their time if this was a scam. This is a pretty shitty scam if it's a scam, let me tell you. It's a big waste of time if it's a scam, you schmuck.
Brad, I'm not your enemy. I'm really like
And again, he tried. In season 1, the same picture was used. It's bullshit.
And at that time, I was running for committee person, not Congress. We've upgraded to the highest level next to running for senator, which hopefully we will, or one day we'll run for mayor of Chicago. You never know where this train's gonna go, Brad.
It happened. And then you actually were bigger than Chris Kyle. And then you knew more, and you actually served along. You gave this.
Chris Kyle? I never served with Chris. No, you know who I did serve with was Pat Tillman. He was at Fort Benning. Not with me in my platoon or my company, but we saw him at a distance. And again, this was in the summer of 2002 that I was at Fort Benning, Georgia, with Pat Tillman, who is now dead. And get this, I go to a VC incubator here in Chicago, and I meet the president of the Pat Tillman Association. And I got his business card, and I said, isn't it crazy that the family had to fight so hard to get the U.S. government to admit what happened to Pat? And he just shook his head, and there wasn't much to be said. But I don't know if you saw this, but Pat Tillman's brother recently drove a car into a bank, I believe, in Arizona. I'm not making this up. I will get the link and post it right now. Please hold.
John Kitover did go to the Citadel. There's definitely nothing fictitious about that. Whatsoever.
So,
And person that you're alluding to actually speaking in this room right now.
that's right.
That's the claim. That's the claim. No, people, like I said, bullshit. And again, don't doubt me next time when I tell you don't fucking fall for this shit.
we know what he looks like through YouTube. We've heard his voice, so we know this is the same individual that's on YouTube. And then if you pair that, what you see in the YouTube videos, with the photos, military photos, that's the same person as well. So how can this not be the person in the photos when we can link it
It's
to
fake.
YouTube?
It's fake. Again, it's a big troll. It's a trick. It's like believing that Roger really fetishizes about Monica and thinks she's a wonderful person and that he thinks she's beautiful. It's full of shit.
Brad, PTR, that's me with my commissioning documents, my oath and signature to uphold the U.S. Constitution. It's me in my new Class A uniform with military intelligence pinnings in the front and my habitats or whatever it is. I got my gold bars on there, so I'm clean shaven.
Epaulets. That you
Epaulets. You know,
Something that
I was gonna ask you, how do you say epaulets? I couldn't think about how to say it
I
correctly.
thought an officer who was of military intelligence would have them. No. I guess you're dumb fucking fake scamming, fucking stolen valor, fucking parading asses. Couldn't get the fucking lingo right. Next time, don't have a veteran on stage when you try this kid and make sure veterans aren't in the audience.
Brad, I'm gonna tell you again, if you keep slandering me and committing libel, I'm going to hire the best campaign attorney that this campaign can afford, and we are going to roast you on Clubhouse. But I wouldn't dare waste $1 that anyone has given to this campaign to sue him. I hope the constituents know that I would never waste $1 of this campaign fund. Wasting my time suing Bradley from Clownhouse. I'm not gonna sue you. You should be worried about what you're saying on this app, Brad.
Taking care of the mentally ill. I will for sure press charges to say you are mentally ill. Get you locked up in that hospital so they have Thorazine and lithium injected into your ass. Or all that and kind of continuous basis.
Oh my gosh, Brad.
I think it'd be a fantastic.
Brad, relax. Relax, Brad. Relax. You know, I say friends for life. I agree with most things you say on this app, except when you're making death threats. It's the only time I don't agree with what you're saying. But I know you're a wealth of information. I've asked you where you get your information. You told me all these amazing sources, and I was like, wow, this guy really cares and he knows a lot. So I'm not trying to have conflict with you, but I'm also trying to defend myself because what you're doing sort of is slander, and you are no gentleman. Anyone who comes on a Clownhouse social audio app to use profanity and vulgar against low IQ racists like Keegan or Pepe, or screaming at that beautiful, what's her face? Anyways, the ladies that you were screaming at, making them cry because they may be obese and you told them some unfortunate truths. All I can say is that I do not like making women cry. It makes me feel uncomfortable. What I'm trying to do is find a recording from 2 days ago when you were saying atrocious things to women. I don't know, that violates the rules of this house. I won't bring in old drama. Let's just be in the now, in the buff.
For those of you who isn't Cindy, I don't know what this fucking idiot's name is. Holly, Iman, Roger. Yes, he was. I don't know what to tell you, sir, deputy. And yeah, one first shot. You never served. You never put on a uniform. You never had the fucking. You don't even know what the parts of your uniform are. So again, next time, pull the trick, but make it more believable. It's almost as believable as Roger wanting the whitest of white women and the fattest of fattest women, Monica, to you know, have and flirt with, because they I'm sure well know that that's not Roger's type. I've known Roger for 5 fucking years. It ain't his type. So I mean, again, it makes you control. I'll give you that. And apparently you got a lot of people, including Holly, who's all butthurt about it. My type is evolving.
I'm not butthurt. Why do you? I don't understand why you think I'm upset.
Well, Brad, I don't know what to tell you, but I'll tell you what I did do when I was at Fort Benning, Georgia, after we did the bayonet, which is a 20-mile rock into a river where you go across a wire and then you assault a turret or a mill box. I gotta tell you, we would have gotten wiped out. There was no leadership. The drill sergeants disappeared and they observed from a distance, and we would have all gotten wiped out. Nobody was formed in a way that would have prevented friendly fire. There was no, we were trained for many months, and I'll tell you, the after action ready review with our drill sergeants, they dropped their heads and were shaking their heads in total disbelief of why we all just got, eliminated by this, enemy position. And I had to agree with them. We were totally uncoordinated, and it was pathetic. But we were also exhausted, and I think everybody was just like, this is it, it's finally over. But we did not take out that enemy turret, because I gotta say, I don't know what happened to us, but our conditioning, our training to do flank movements and assault positions, it just, we got wiped out. So, that was the bayonet. That's the culmination. And then from there, you go into the forest and you drink fruit punch, and you see all the banners from all the different military conquests of America, from World War II to World War I to battles in Cuba. You see all these incredible flyers and banners they put up, and then you drink fruit punch. That's how infantry training culminates at Fort Benning, Georgia.
Well, I bet you drink a lot of fruit punch. I mean, you are what you drink. So, yeah, you're all fruit. That's it.
Brad, it's a metaphor for blood, not in a fruity way, Brad. Don't project. I'm just saying that you drink fruit punch because it's a metaphor for being bloodthirsty warriors.
I will hand it to you, Roger. You did one of the most epic trolls on. I mean, you surpassed a lot of people on here. I mean, you may have actually beaten Alex New York. I think hats off to you, sir. You did it. I congratulate you. Again, running a campaign and having Edmund Lieutenant that he's a veteran and he's other people and he's got all these credentials, even getting Holly to believe it. Like, holy fuck, I never thought some people would be that doable or gullible or any of those. Hats off to you. Holy shit. Like, yeah, I'm no longer going to stop people and call out bullshit and stop you or calling us a conservative when you actually come back at me and then you'll say, oh, I'm crazy, I'm dumb. Yeah, for 5 years, you're going to now say, oh, I'm going to take this guy seriously. All of a sudden in a month, because Roger gave your blessing. This is the most shepherding mentality I have ever heard of, and it's insane. It's actually insane. Hats off to you, Roger. You win.
Well, Brad, you know what else is insane? Coming on social audio chat apps and making death threats. That too could be illegal. Not just insane, but illegal. Now, I am accused often of illicit recordings, which could be violating Illinois or federal law. However, I have to say, in today's day and age, live streaming all your activities, especially your political activities, could be the safest move you make in anticipation of some type of lawsuit or counter lawsuit. Because every time you get sued, guess what you can do? You can counter sue. So change is now, and we need you, the roasters of candidate Congressman John Kitover, to donate $10, not $11, not $9, but $10. Click that link above right now.
Do it. Go ahead, Alex. Give 100. Give 100. Give 1,000. Give 10,000. Again, I recommend it. Everybody believe it. I think I've done my work here. I've done it twice in one day. I'm on a roll. I've coached Keegan yesterday. I've frustrated the Army sucks anyway. Like, you guys are a bunch of beta bitches, so it makes sense that you're going to try to grow those beta bitches for the chair force. But, I mean, it's a close tie there.
He was in the Navy, this guy.
I mean,
This
at
guy
least
was
get your
in
own
the
thing.
Navy.
But, yeah, go ahead, Alec. Continue to do that. Have fun. Win this round.
I haven't even said I'm supporting him in any way, shape, or form, financially or otherwise. I'm just, why do you keep you're taking it all too far?
Edmund is a veteran, is the newest fucking...
That was revelry there. That was me whistling revelry. There's no way I could whistle that unless I listened to that thousands of times. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've had another exciting edition of Clown House Drama. Heated conversations about nothing. People causing crises, causing slander, causing all kinds of chaos here on Clown House. Chaos agents, as I like to call them. Men that are not gentlemen. They don't know the first thing about being a gentleman, a soft man, a supple man. Someone who has stopped with the road raging, sick and tired of people lying and borrowing and spending on your behalf. If you're sick of people like that, then you need to give $1 to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover in the 16th District of Illinois. Hooah! We got the quotation marks down there, or apostrophes, who is a friend of the show and a fellow Clubhouse recorder. He might be, We'll See is contributing. Thank you, We'll See. God bless you. Sympathy, if you want to mod me, I will remove the poll, which I will say 80% of people voted that I am a veteran. 20% say no effing way this idiot served. Now, I understand if you said that this idiot didn't serve because I am a clown. I'm a comedian, and clowns are stupid idiots. So, but there's a mythical approach to being stupid that I think maybe you're overlooking. But let me pin the link again, and then this will be the final campaign shout out for a donation today, because we have to get out for Clown House. This is beyond pathetic that we're here these many hours. I feel like it's not helping the campaign, it's hurting my physical body because I need to exercise. I have been skipping the gym because Roger Mayhem has been pushing it to the limit. Every day mojo's positive, vibration grows in strength in this house, in the muff. In the muff. You see what I'm talking about? That's super positive vibration. Okay, click the link above. Link has been pinned. The campaign to elect John Kitover, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, we have an EIN, we have a bank account, we have an FEC filing. To run for Congress, we have a campaign financial disclosure we have submitted, and we have raised $1,100, $550 yesterday, and I'm matching the other $550. Dr. Adams, I know we can convince you. Wallace, I think you've contributed. I thank you, and anybody else here who is considering it. Just remember that I'm fully transparent. Tell me your priority, and I will put it in our collection of priorities, and we will see where your priority lines up with all the priorities and how we can financially optimize by winning this congressional district. I can tell you how Darren LaHood has optimized his congressional district by creating $20 trillion in debt. You can look at all the HR acts that he votes on and the top 10 HR acts in terms of dollar amounts. And there's his name on some of the biggest multi-trillion omnibuses in American congressional history. It's right there. Just Google Darren LaHood HR acts or go on Grok and ask, dear Grok, please tell me the largest HR acts that Darren LaHood has voted on. And then tag Darren LaHood and say, all the voters in District 16 should vote for candidate Congressman John Kitover on X. Go to John Kitover, IL, on X right now. See, all this heated debate with Brad, we could have just spent some time creating content and posting on X to attack and unseat Darren LaHood, but instead, we've got road ragers on this app who, once they get behind the wheel, they are incapable of going from point A to point B without yelling at somebody, getting in an accident, getting out of their car and punching out the other driver and screaming all kinds of profanities, vulgarities, and homicidal death ideation on Clown House. Am I deaf or am I just hearing things? Sometimes I don't know. I let it go. I don't live my life in fear. I don't think a jihadist or some mountain man screaming at me on a social audio app is going to come to Chicago and waste his time. But if they want to look at my DD214s, which I have to use all the time, I'd be happy to show them to you. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not lying to you. I'm totally transparent and telling you the truth. Making a real financial disclosure. Not just my financial disclosure, but a federal financial disclosure. Spending is out of control. Stop the borrowing, stop the spending. You know, I created a famous mantra on this app called CRT, BLM, LGBTQ. But the new one is stop borrowing, stop spending. Or stop spending, stop borrowing. That's the new mantra of the campaign. I know Brad has clubhouse derangement syndrome. He attacks everybody, and in the process, he's his own worst enemy. That's not how I live my life. I'd rather be poolside or at the beach right now playing volleyball, sipping on a daiquiri, doing yoga, not on Clown House, defending my honor, my character, and my sacred honor. I should have just said character and sacred honor, but you get the point. But Brad did read with us in the other room, so I'll give that shout out to Brad. You know, not everybody read a book with us. He did. So I stand with Brad, even though Brad doesn't stand with me. That's true Christian character. What reward do you have in heaven unless you're willing to let it go? You know, you got to get that. You got to go the extra step in communication. I'd like to read a couple Bible verses before we end or I leave in the muff. I hope they're more helpful to you than anything you've listened to so far today, because I get the feeling that it's just the Brad show or the Keegan show or the Jazzy show or the Roger Mayhem show or the John Kitover show. Right now it's the John Kitover show, which, you know, it's my favorite show. And I'm not narcissistic or self-centered. I just, you know, I like reading. That's when I like, when I'm speaking through reading a book, that's when I'm happiest. So take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. Listen to this. Every nursery rhyme contains profound magical secrets which are open to everyone who has made a study of the correspondences of the Holy Kabbalah. To puzzle out an imaginary meaning for this nonsense sets one thinking of the mysteries. One enters into deep contemplation of holy things, and God himself leads the soul to a real illumination. Hence also the necessity of incarnation. The soul must descend into all falsity in order to attain all truth. For instance, old Mother Hubbard went to her cupboard to get her poor dog a bone. When she got there, the cupboard was bare, and so the poor dog had none. Who is this ancient and venerable mother of whom it is spoken? Verily she is none other than Bina, as is evident in the use of the holy letter H with which her name begins. Nor is she the sterile mother Ama, or Amma, but the fertile Ama, for within her she bears Vow, the sun. For the second letter of her name, and R, the penultimate, is the sun, Tifereth, the sun. The other three letters of her name, B, A, and D, are the three paths which join the three supernals. To what cupboard did she go? Even to the most secret caverns of the universe. And who is this dog? It is not the name of God spelt Kabbalistically backwards. And what is this bone? This bone is the wand, the holy lingam. The complete interpretation of the rune is now open. This rhyme is the legend of the murder of Osiris by Typhon. The limbs of Osiris were scattered in the Nile. Isis sought them in every corner of the universe, and she found all except his sacred lingam, which was not found until quite recently, vide Fuller, the star in the west. Let us take another example from this rich storehouse of magic lore. Little Bo Peep, she lost her sheep. and couldn't tell where to find them. Leave them alone, and they'll come home, dragging her tails behind them. Bo is not Bo is the root meaning light, from which spring such words as Bo tree, Bodhisattva, and Buddha. And peep is Apep, the serpent Apophis. This poem therefore contains the same symbol as that in the Egyptian and Hebrew Bibles. The snake is the serpent of initiation, as the lamb is the savior. This ancient one, the wisdom of eternity, sits in its old anguish awaiting the Redeemer. And this holy verse triumphantly assures us that there is no need for anxiety. The Saviors will come one after the other at their own good pleasure, and as they may be needed, and drag their tails, that is to say, those who follow out their holy commandments to the ultimate goal. Again we read, little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating of curds and whey. Up came a big spider and sat down beside her and frightened Miss Muffet away. Little Miss Muffet unquestionably represents Malka, for she is unmarried. She is seated upon a tuffet, as she is the unregenerate soul upon Tiferet, upon Tophet, the pit of hell. She eats curds and whey, that is, not the pure milk of the mother, but milk which has undergone decomposition. But who is the spider? Verily, herein is a venerable arcanum connoted. Like all insects, the spider represents a demon. But why a spider? Who is this spider who taketh hold with her hands and is in king's palaces? The name of this spider is death. It is the fear of death which first makes the soul aware of its forlorn condition. It would be, some type of symbol, interesting if tradition had preserved for us Miss Muffet's subsequent adventures, but we must proceed to consider the interpretation of the following rhyme. Little Jack Horner sat in a corner eating a Christmas pie. He stuck in his thumb and pulled out a plum and said, "What a good boy am I." In the interpretation of this remarkable poem, there is a difference between two grades, merely a corruption of John, Ion, he who goes, Hermes, the messenger. The other prefers to take Jack simply and reverently as Iacchus, spiritual form of Bacchus. But it does not matter very much whether we insist upon the swiftness or the rapture of the Holy Spirit of God. That it is he of whom it is here spoken is evident, for the name Horner could be applied to none other by even the most casual reader of the Holy Gospels and the works of Congreve. And the context makes this even clearer, for he sits in a corner, that is, in the place of Christ, the cornerstone, eating, that is, enjoying that which the birth of Christ assures to us. He is the comforter who replaces the absent Savior. If there was still any doubt of his identity, it would be cleared up by the fact that it is the thumb, which is attributed to the element of spirit, and not one of the four fingers of the four lesser elements, which he sticks into the pie of the new dispensation. He plucks forth one who is ripe, no doubt to send him forth as a teacher into the world, and rejoices that he is so well carrying out the will of the Father. Let us pass from this most blessed subject to yet another. Tom, Tom, the piper's son, stole a pig and away he run. The pig was eat and Tom was beat and Tom went roaring down the street. This is one of the more exoteric of these rhymes. In fact, it is no much better than a sun myth. Tom is Tum, the god of the sunset, called the son of Apollo, the piper, the maker of music. The only difficulty in the poem concerns the pig. For anyone who has watched an angry sunset in the tropics upon the sea will recognize how uncomparable a description of that sunset is given in that wonderful last line. Some have thought that the pig refers to the evening sacrifice, others that she is Hathor, the Lady of the West, in her more sensual aspect. But it is probable that this poem is only the first stanza of an epic. It has all the characteristic marks. Someone said of the Iliad that it did not finish, but merely stopped. This is the same. We may be sure that there is more of this poem. It tells us too much and too little. How came this tragedy of the eating of a merely stolen pig? Veil this mystery of who eat it. It must be abandoned then as at least partially insoluble. Let us consider this poem. Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck one and the mouse ran down. Hickory dickory dock. Here we are on higher ground at once. The clock symbolizes the spinal column, or if you prefer it, time, chosen as one of the conditions of normal consciousness. The mouse is the ego. Mus, a mouse being only some. I am, spelled Kabbalistically backwards. This ego, or prana, or kundalini force, being driven up the spine, the clock strikes one, that is, the duality of consciousness is abolished, and the force again subsides to its original level. Hickory dickory dock is perhaps merely the mantra which was used by the Edda who constructed this rhyme, thereby hoping to fix it in the minds of men so that they might attain to samadhi by the same method. Others attribute to it a more profound significance, which it is impossible to go into at this moment, for we must turn to Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall, Humpty Dumpty got a great fall. All the king's horses, all the king's men couldn't set up Humpty Dumpty again. This is so simple as hardly to require explanation. Humpty Dumpty is, of course, the egg of spirit, and the wall is the abyss. His fall is, therefore, the descent of spirit into matter. And it is only too painfully familiar to us that all the king's horses and all his men cannot restore us to the height. Only the king himself can do that. But one hardly dare comment upon a theme which has been so fruitfully treated by Ludovicus Carolus, that most holy illumined man of God. His masterly treatment of the identity of the three reciprocating paths of Daleth, Teth, and Peh is one of the most wonderful passages in the Holy Kabbalah. His resolution of what we take to be the bond of slavery into very love, the embroidered neckband of honor bestowed upon us by the king himself, is one of the most sublime passages in this class of literature. Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and couldn't keep her. He put her in a peanut shell, then he kept her very well. This early authentic text of the Hinayana school of Buddhism is much esteemed even today by the more cultured and devoted followers of that school. The pumpkin is, of course, the symbol of resurrection, as is familiar to all students of the story of Jonah and the gourd. Peter is therefore the Arahat who has put an end to his series of resurrections. That he is called Peter is a reference to the symbolizing of Arahats as stones in the great war of the guardians of mankind. His wife is, of course, by the usual symbolism, his body, which he could not keep until he put her in a peanut shell, the yellow robe of a bhikkhu. Buddha said that if any man became an Arahat, he must either take the vows of a bhikkhu that very day or die. And it is this saying of Buddha's that the unknown poet wished to commemorate. Taffy was a Welshman. Taffy was a thief. Taffy came into my house and he stole a leg of beef. I went to Taffy's house. Taffy was in bed. I took out a carving knife and cut off Taffy's head. Taffy is merely short for Taftarath, the spirit of Mercury, and the god of Welshmen or thieves. My house is, of course, equivalent to my magic circle. Note that Beth, the letter of Mercury, and Magus means a house. The beef is a symbol of the bull, Apis, the Redeemer. This is therefore that which is written, O my God, disguise thy glory, come as a thief, and let us steal away the sacraments. In the following verse we find that Taffy is in bed owing to the operation of the sacrament. The great task of the alchemist has been accomplished. The mercury is fixed. One can then take the holy dagger and separate the caput mortuum from the elixir. Some alchemists believe that the beef represents that dense physical substance which is imbibed by mercury for his fixation. But here, as always, we should prefer the more spiritual interpretation. Bye, baby bunting. Daddy's gone a hunting. He's gone to get a rabbit skin to wrap my baby bunting in. This is a mystical charge to the newborn soul to keep still, to remain steadfast in meditation. For in by, Beth is the letter of thought, Yod, that of the hermit. It tells the soul that he, Father of all, will cloth him about with his own majestical silence. For is not the rabbit he who lay low and said nothing? Pat a cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Pat it and prick it and mark it with P. Bake it in the oven for baby and me. This rhyme is unusually accompanied, even today in the nursery, with a ceremonial clapping of hands, the symbol of samadhi. Compare what is said on this subject in our comment on the famous Advent passage in Thessalonians. The cake is, of course, the bread of the sacrament, and it would ill become candidate Congressman to comment upon the third line, though it may be remarked that even among the Catholics, the wafer has always been marked with a phallus or a cross. Okay, that's my mystical reading of the day. Wallace, Chris, Pete, Chris, Elke, I hope you enjoyed it. This has been the campaign to elect John Kitover Town Hall event, otherwise known as candidate Congressman John Kitover versus Brad Stoffelschnauschelberger here on Comhouse. Hope you enjoyed it. Okay, I'm not going to end the room, but I'm going to leave, and I'm just going to play the Tao Te Ching or something to that extent. I wish the room had replays, but my other rooms are on replay, which is, a good thing. So I hope you enjoyed the show. Let's just play a little Alan Watts.
If you use up to $750, find it at BioLife.
Thanks,
Up to
Chris.
$750 is waiting for you.
When a man starts to wake up,
Chris, post it to X and tag me and say candidate Congressman John Kitover fundraiser, Brad versus John on Clubhouse. Tag Clubhouse. Tag me. There you go. Thank you, Chris.
he naturally pulls away from the crowd. Not because he hates people, but because the usual way of connecting stops making sense. Most conversations revolve around status, gossip, or complaints. And once he begins to see through that, it gets harder to engage. He's not bitter. He's not isolating himself out of pride. He's just stopped chasing what others are still chasing. He starts to notice the performance in everyday interaction, the need to be liked, to belong, to say the right thing. And without making a big deal about it, he quietly steps back. People might still wave. They might still offer small talk. But the connection is no longer there because it was never real to begin with. He didn't cut ties. He didn't burn bridges. He simply stopped pretending. And when he does that, distance happens on its own. This is the beginning of solitude, not loneliness. Just space between who he used to be and who he's becoming. He starts to see clearly what holds people together isn't real. It's not depth. It's not truth. It's habit, comfort, and shared illusions. People bond over complaining about their jobs, over chasing status, over defending ideas they've never truly questioned. He used to do the same. He used to think that was connection, but now it feels more like noise. He notices how often people speak just to avoid silence. How much energy goes into keeping up appearances.
the constant need for validation, for agreement, for reassurance. And once he no longer needs those things himself, he sees how dependent others are on them. How relationships often survive not because of honesty, but because everyone agrees to keep the story going. He understands why people hold on to what feels familiar. He still cares. He still listens, but he no longer plays along. That shift, subtle as it is, creates distance all on its own. From the outside, he might seem the same. He still shows up. He's still polite. He hasn't disappeared completely. But something fundamental has shifted, and the people around him can feel it, even if they can't name it. They sense that he's no longer trying to impress anyone, that he's not looking for approval, that he's not playing the social game anymore. Some find it admirable, others find it unsettling, because he's no longer easy to read, because he's not performing for anyone. He doesn't flatter, doesn't compete, doesn't entertain, and that makes him hard to place. People might say he's distant, or too quiet, or that he's changed. What they really mean is, he no longer fits into the roles they've grown used to. They liked him better when he reflected their values. Now, he reflects something else, something still, grounded, and not dependent on being liked. People see him, but they don't really know him, because knowing him now would require them to see what he sees, and most people aren't ready for that. He once believed that staying connected meant staying involved, showing up, participating in conversations, maintaining appearances. But with time, that definition changed. As his priorities shifted inward, he stopped engaging out of obligation, not because he cared less, but because he no longer needed others to affirm his place in the world. He still values connection, but not if it depends on constant engagement, emotional performance, or subtle negotiation for approval. He doesn't withdraw out of resentment. He simply no longer finds value in maintaining relationships built on pretense or expectation. To those accustomed to transactional connection, his presence can feel distant. But in truth, he's simply not playing the same role anymore. He no longer speaks just to keep the peace. He no longer sees himself through other people's eyes. What emerges in that space is not loneliness, but clarity. A calm independence that allows him to remain rooted, even when others come and go. He's become honest, and from that honesty, a deeper kind of freedom begins to take shape. From the outside, solitude is often misunderstood. To most people, being alone signals a lack of friends, of purpose, of belonging. But for a man who has begun to see clearly, solitude becomes something else entirely. He no longer fills his time with distraction, just to avoid being alone with himself. He no longer seeks out constant company to escape discomfort. He's learned to sit in silence without needing it to end. What others describe as loneliness is often just unfamiliar stillness. They equate the absence of noise with emptiness.
Hey everybody, we're on the boat. We're on the Lady Hawk. We're at the beach.
He's realized that most of what fills a typical day, talks, tasks, and duties, is just noise pretending to be important. In solitude, he sees himself without distortion. There's no one to impress, no image to maintain, and that clarity, while uncomfortable at first, becomes a source of strength. doesn't avoid people, but he also no longer depends on them to feel complete. This shift usually confuses others. They assume he must be withdrawn, disconnected, or even arrogant. But in truth, he's simply content with his own presence. He has faced the silence most people run from and discovered it wasn't silence at all. It was peace. As he grows more inwardly stable, he becomes less predictable to others. Not by intent, but by the simple fact that he no longer participates in the subtle exchanges that define most social interaction. He does not mirror emotions to gain approval. He does not offer reassurance when it would mean denying what he sees. To those still dependent on external validation, this creates discomfort. They may interpret his neutrality as arrogance, his silence as judgment, his detachment as disinterest. In reality, he is none of those things. He's simply no longer invested in managing perception. Much of what people call connection is actually a performance, a mutual agreement to keep certain illusions intact. Once he steps outside that arrangement, he disrupts it just by being present. He doesn't argue or provoke or attempt to convert anyone to his view. But the absence of familiar signals, approval, flattery, emotional reinforcement, makes others uneasy. Many of his previous friendships begin to fade, not because of conflict, but because the foundation they stood on no longer holds. He begins to notice how often relationships are maintained through shared complaints, routine habits, or the mutual reinforcement of personal narratives. Once he no longer participates in those patterns, the connection weakens on its own. He no longer feels compelled to
Okay, I feel like this is an even better way to raise money is to just play Alan Watts for the campaign. So if you're enjoying this Alan Watts Clubhouse experience, consider giving $1 to $10 to $100 to $1,000 if you can afford it. But this is candidate Congressman John Kitover. Chris, thanks for sending me the Brad Slander video. We've reposted it to our X account. Follow us on X at John Kitover IL right now. Thank you.
offer agreement for the sake of belonging. He no longer entertains conversations that avoid substance, and he has no interest in maintaining ties that require him to shrink himself. This shift is not a rejection of others. It's the result of a change in what he's willing to invest his energy in. True friendship becomes something quieter, simpler, and far more rare. It is no longer based on shared illusions, but on mutual recognition. Two people who don't need each other, yet choose to walk alongside one another without expectation. These kinds of connections cannot be manufactured. They emerge naturally, if at all, and only when both individuals have stopped seeking to be completed by the other. Most social interaction relies on unspoken rules. You validate my perspective, I'll validate yours. We won't go too deep. We won't challenge each other's assumption. We'll pretend we agree, even if we don't. He used to play by those rules, because everyone did. But once he starts operating outside of them, the dynamic begins to break down. He no longer gives comfort just to ease tension. He doesn't pretend to agree when he doesn't. He's done with the little acts that keep everyone else feeling safe, but keep him feeling false. This isn't defiance, it's clarity. And that clarity is disruptive, because it exposes how much of everyday life is based on mutual avoidance of truth. People notice, even if they don't understand what's changed. They feel the shift. They sense that something familiar has gone missing. The constant exchange of comfort, validation, and distraction. And without him feeding the system weakens. Talks start to feel awkward. People People stop reaching out as much. What used to feel warm and familiar now feels tense and uneasy. Not because he did something wrong, but because he stopped playing along. He hasn't rejected anyone. He simply stopped reinforcing the structure he no longer believes in. As his understanding deepens, something unexpected happens. He begins to need less, not just materially, but emotionally, socially, even intellectually. He no longer seeks recognition. He no longer relies on others to confirm what he already knows internally. And as that need dissolves, so do many of the related. This is the paradox. The clearer he becomes, the quieter his life becomes. Not because he's closed off, but because so much of what once filled his time was rooted in a search for external affirmation. Without that search, most social activity feels optional, if not unnecessary. He stops trying to be understood. He stops needing to explain. He no longer measures his presence by how much space he takes up in other people's lives. From the outside, this might look like withdrawal, but inside it's the opposite, a settling into something solid and real. He still values connection, but only when it emerges naturally, without demand or performance. He hasn't become cold. He is simply no longer dependent. And in that detachment, there's a kind of depth that can't be found through attachment. Once he wakes up, he can't unsee what he sees. He looks inward, and the noise quiets. He looks outward, and the world is still asleep. He sees the false certainty in people's eyes, the roles they perform, the beliefs they never question, the constant movement that masks an inner stillness they haven't touched. He no longer envies what others call connection, because he understands the cost it often demands: agreement, performance, conformity, and he won't trade truth for the comfort of fitting in. Still, there's a part of him that remembers, a part that quietly hopes, not for crowds, not for company, but for someone awake, someone who has seen what he's seen, felt what he's felt, someone who doesn't need him to be smaller, quieter, or more agreeable in order to feel safe. That kind of meeting is rare. It can't be forced, and he would rather wait in silence than pretend in conversation. So he walks alone, not because he enjoys being apart, but because in a world still dreaming, authenticity is more valuable than acceptance. At some point, the solitude stops feeling unusual. It becomes normal, not empty, just quiet. He no longer interprets distance as a problem to solve. He sees it for what it is, the natural result of no longer pretending. While others surround themselves with noise, he has learned to live in stillness. While many chase attention, he moves without asking to be seen. People often assume he must feel lonely, as if company, any company, is always better than walking alone. But they confuse isolation with absence. He is not absent. He is simply no longer performing. He has come to prefer the space that honesty creates over the closeness that illusion demands. This is the final shift. He doesn't need the world to wake up for him to feel hope. He doesn't need agreement to feel clear. And he doesn't need validation to know who he is. He walks alone, yes, but not as an outsider, as a man at peace with the cost of truth.
Most people use ChatGPT the wrong way. Here's how the smart ones get ahead.
Let's be real. Most people...
There is a curious paradox, which is, to love is unconditional, But to be loved is conditional. By the time one has crossed the 30s or 40s, they have seen enough of life to know that the fairy tales of youth were, at best, charming illusion. One begins to understand that love does not appear as a reward for virtue, nor is it guaranteed to remain, simply because you have been loyal, patient, or deserving. Some have poured themselves, drop by drop, into the vessel of another's life, only to watch it leak away through fingers that once clung to them. Others still dwell beneath the same roof with their chosen companion, yet feel as though they have become a stranger at their own table. And there are those who have wandered from heart to heart, thinking that the next embrace, the next yes, would finally fill the hollow within, only to find the emptiness echo back at them. You begin to wonder why something as natural as love has become such a labyrinth of conditions, unspoken bargains, and quiet disappointments. You sense that somewhere, beneath all the poetry and promises, there is a truth you have been avoiding. For love, as it is sold to us, is not love at all, but something dressed in its garment. And here, perhaps, lies the seed of our quiet discontent. We have confused the appearance of love with love itself, the structure that holds it, with the living thing it was meant to carry. From our earliest breath, the world whispered its bargain into our ears. Love is something to be earned. Behave as you are told, and you will be cherished. Fulfill the needs of another, and you will be kept. Offer beauty, strength, usefulness, devotion, and the reward will be love. But this is not love. It is a transaction masquerading as tenderness. It is the polite exchange of commodities between two people who have been taught to call their bargain romance. You see, a bargain can hold people together, but it cannot nourish them. Like two merchants bound by contract, they remain so long as the terms are met. And when they are not, they part. No matter how many years have passed, no matter how deeply your lives have entwined, the invisible ledger will one day be brought to the table and the sums will be counted. Many men and women wake in the middle years of life to the cold recognition that what they once believed was love was only an arrangement. It might have been cloaked in vows before God, adorned with flowers, or sealed with the trembling promises of youth, but the heart of it was a simple pact. I will give you what you desire if you will give me what I desire. And when the giving stops, whether through weariness, age, illness, or simple change, the warmth fades. The eyes that once sparkled at your arrival now glance past you as if you had become little more than a shadow in the room. We were never told as children that such love is a performance and that performances end. When you mistake the bargain for love itself, you spend your years in quiet exhaustion. You give your time, your loyalty, your devotion, believing this will secure the thing your soul longs for. But what you have secured is not love, only the continuance of an arrangement. And so it happens that many, after years of faithful giving, find themselves bewildered when the warmth fades. Not because they cease to care, but because life has moved, as all things do. Nothing stands still. Even stone wears away. Even plastic warps with time. The man or woman you first knew has changed, just as you have, and the bond built upon fixed terms begins to stream under the weight of impermanence. And there is another truth, more difficult to swallow. When the demands of the bargain are no longer met, the mask will fall. In the absence of what they sought from you, be it comfort, affirmation, or security, some will show you who they truly are. The tenderness you thought was theirs by nature may vanish, revealing not cruelty perhaps, but a hollowness where love was never rooted. You may have felt it, the gaze that no longer lingers, the laughter replaced by a cold and watchful silence. The shift is so quiet, you can almost convince yourself it isn't there. But in that stillness you see it. You were cherished not for your being, but for the service you rendered. And when such a union falters, it does not simply end. It unravels something inside you. It leaves you staring at the ruins, asking whether you were ever truly loved or only ever necessary. Love is not a bargain, nor is it a chain. It is not I will if you will, nor the silent counting of who has given more. Such things belong to the marketplace, not to the heart. True love is a freedom, the liberty to give without ledger or demand. It is to be fully present with another, not to bind them, but to care for them. Simply because the caring itself is joy. It is a gift given without the shadow of a contract, without the fear that it must be returned in equal measure.
I'll tell you a secret. I spent over $1 million on this event. I've got 30 signatures. Number one, you're invited. Number two, it's free. And number three,
The shadow of a contract, without the fear that it must be returned in equal measure. But here lies the paradox. Such love cannot be given by one who is starving for it. The heart that is desperate to be loved back will always, in some hidden way, attach strings to its giving. It will watch, it will measure, it will wait for the return. And when it does not come, bitterness will grow like ivy through the soul. You cannot love freely until you have ceased to beg for love. And you cannot cease to beg until you have found within yourself a source that does not run dry. That source is not in another's eyes, nor in their approval. It is in the quiet knowing that you are already the child of the very life that breathed you into being. Call it God, call it the eternal, call it the nameless mystery. It has loved you into existence before you could earn or deserve a thing. Look at the sun. Even after all this time, the sun never says to the earth, you owe me. Look what happens with a love like that. It lights the whole sky. To know this is to stand unshaken, whether others love you or turn away. Then, and only then, can you give love as the sun gives light, not to be thanked, not to be owed, but because it cannot help itself. To love is your freedom. No one can take it from you. It is the act of your own being, the overflow of the life that moves through you. You may give it to one, to many, or to the whole world, but it remains yours to give, to be loved. Now that is another matter that is never in your keeping. You cannot command it, purchase it, or reason it into being. Love offered to you is a gift of its own accord, arriving when it will, leaving when it must. It is as the wind that brushes your cheek. You may open your arms to it, but you cannot hold it there forever. If love is given to you, receive it with gratitude. Drink of it while it flows, but never clutch at it, as though it were the last drop in the world. For the moment you try to drag it from another's hands, it ceases to be love and becomes something else, obligation, pity, or bondage. And remember this, you are already loved, not by the fickle tides of human affection, but by the source from which you came. It breathed you into life without condition, without demand. To see this is to know you are never wholly bereft. If you wish for love from others, it must begin here in loving yourself, not in the shallow sense of indulgence, but in the deep sense of accepting your own being without reserve. For a heart at peace with itself no longer begs, it invites. And when two such hearts meet, their love is not a trade, but a meeting of rivers, each full from its own spring. When two people who have learned to dwell at peace within themselves come together, it is not to be filled, for their cups are already full. They do not arrive at each other's door as beggars, bowls outstretched. They come as givers, carrying abundance that spills over the rim. In such a union, there is no bargaining. No one is keeping score. No quiet dread of who owes who. Love is not given to earn, nor withheld to punish. It moves as naturally as breath, as the tide that rises and falls without being told. Here, the joy is not in taking, but in sharing. There is no hunger in the eyes, only light. One gives not because the other demands it, but because giving is the most natural expression of their being. And so both are fed, not by the draining of one into the other, but by the overflow of each. This is the only love that does not rot into resentment. For where there is no emptiness to be filled, there is no fear of losing. When two full hearts meet, they are free to let each other be, to grow, to change, to wander and return, without the grasping that turns love into a cage. And yet, such a meeting is rare, for most search the world to find another who will complete them, not knowing they were never half a person to begin with. Only when you drink deeply from your own well will you find another who drinks from theirs. And together, you will not merely survive, you will overflow. The world you meet each day is not a stranger. It is yourself in another form. You cannot draw from a well what is not in it, nor can you meet in others what you have not yet met. In your own heart, if you carry a hollowness within, you will find yourself surrounded by those who take, not because the world conspires against you, but because nature fills a vacuum. Those who have nothing will seek from you what you have not given to yourself, and you will mistake their hunger for love. If, on the other hand, you move through life with the fullness of being, you will meet those who also carry an abundance. They will not clutch at you or drain you, for they are not living on scraps. Instead, you will find an ease in their company, a recognition as though you had always known them. This is not a mystical trick, nor some hidden cosmic law, but a simple truth of human meeting. The depth to which you have faced yourself becomes the depth to which you can meet another. Most quarrels in love are not between two people, but between the unexamined shadows each has brought along. So, before you go searching for kindness, tenderness, or devotion in the eyes of another, turn inward and meet your own gaze, not to condemn yourself, nor to tally your flaws, but to make the acquaintance of the stranger you have long carried in silence. For it is this hidden self who extends the invitation to others, this unseen presence, who will decide whether the love you meet will be a feast to your soul or the slow unraveling of it. When this truth takes root in you, do not hoard it. Place it gently in the hands of your children, for they are stepping into the same illusion that once ensnared you. Teach them that love is not the trembling romance of songs, nor the solemn bargain sealed altar of law. It is the willingness to give without the shadow of a demand, to care without the constant fear of loss. If they do not learn this, they will build their homes upon sand and watch them crumble. But if they do, they will stand on rock, and love will not be a cage, but a sky. The question is not, how can I find someone to love me? But the question is, how can I become someone who overflows? For when love is no longer a plea but a gift, when joy is no longer chained to another's approval, you will see that to love and be loved is not something to chase. It is the way you already are. You are not a half searching for the other half. You are whole. And from that wholeness, love flows, finding those who recognize it instantly. Then love ceases to be a hunt, or a bargain, or a desperate keeping. It becomes the quiet, steady light of the sun, needing nothing in return, yet warming the whole sky.
Cascade Platinum Plus has a quick swipe for gone. I'm stuck on it for Cascade Platinum Plus.
Get a shade that serves your skin. New Venus Moisture Glove. Bars of art tones with a lot moisture in.
There is a curious paradox, which is, to love is unconditional, but to be loved is conditional. By the time one has crossed the 30s or 40s, they have seen enough of life.
Okay, I'm gonna read a book in this room, and I'm gonna create some YouTube videos, so I hope you'll stick with us. I'm gonna do this probably for like an hour, because this is what I actually think about.
You see, there's this rather persistent misunderstanding that one ought to get rid of the ego. Well, you can't, unless of course you also get rid of the body, in which case you'll be rather beyond the point of worrying about it. The ego is not some foreign intruder. It's simply the part you play while you're here. It's rather like an actor on a stage. You put on a costume, you learn the lines, and for a while you forget you're acting. That's the charm of it. If you were to tear off the costume in the middle of the play, there would be no character left. Only an awkward silence. The ego, the personality, is that costume. It gives you a certain shape, a way of speaking and moving in the world. But it's not meant to run the show. It's there so that life can appear with a certain clarity, a certain focus, just as a pair of spectacles helps you see the scenery more sharply, but does not tell you where to walk. And so, to live is to remember. You may keep the role, but you needn't be trapped by it. You are the actor, not the master. The play goes where it must, and you are simply here to see it through. But our problem is we don't really know how to stop. We've got something started, but we see it's going in the wrong direction. And I think the difficulty is, to borrow an old Chinese saying, that when the wrong man uses the right means work in the wrong way. In other words, there is something wrong with the way we think. And while that is there, everything we do will be a mess. Now, what is it? What's wrong? We imagine that if we just had the right method, the right technique, the right philosophy, we could straighten everything out. But the trouble isn't in the tools. The trouble is in the one using them. As far as I can see, the basic mistake is that we've invented this marvelous system of language and calculation, and it's at once too simple to handle the complexity of the world, and dangerously easy to confuse with the world itself. It's just as we confuse money with wealth. A great many people are in business to make money rather than wealth. And when they've made the money, they don't quite know what to do with it. In exactly the same way, we confuse happiness with status. And worst of all, we confuse ourselves, living organisms, one with the whole universe, with something we call our personality. And what is our personality? Merely our image of ourselves, our idea of who we are. That image leaves out every unconscious process in us, both psychological and physical. It leaves out the construction of our brain, the chemistry of our blood, and the inseparable relationship we have with the rest of existence.
Looking to get up to $750? Then BioLife is looking for you. Because it's
a inseparable relationship we have with the rest of existence. So when that image is mistaken for the real me, there is a confusion from the very start. You can see this confusion at work when someone says, do something about it, Alan Watts. The concept Alan Watts can't lift a weight or wrap up a parcel. It's only an idea, just as the number 3 can't pick up a stone and the equator can't tie a knot. But we still feel as if this concept of ourselves can act as if it really exists. Why? Because from childhood we were told, pay attention. And what do? We tightened the muscles around our eyes, furrowed our brows, clenched our jaws. And that has nothing whatsoever to do with seeing more clearly. We did the same with listening. When someone says, listen carefully, we tightened around the ears, as though that would help us hear better.
Cletus, is there something you want to say?
Of any kind. I didn't know if there was a video being played on purpose or whether this was sometimes you go into a room and someone just accidentally has audio playing on their computer.
No, I'm listening. I will answer one question for you, but then I'm about to create some YouTube videos. I'm about to read from a book. Do you know what a book is?
No, unfortunately, I've never read. Being a cat, I've never read a book.
Damn. All right, well then you're about to witness a book. I'll give you one question.
Yeah, I have one. I have 1.5 questions. Is that acceptable?
Please proceed.
One, are you actually John Kitover? And then, secondly, would you, seeing as you're running for Congress, if you were looking for people on your staff, and someone had a master's degree in theology from an Ivy League university, would you still assume they were competent to work in your office as a congressional staff?
Sure, but I'd still give them a diagnostic question and ask them, what is 75 trillion or 135 trillion divided by 340 million?
Meaning your primary interest would be whether they have mathematics.
Yeah, a scientific or a business approach to running government. If government doesn't run like a business, it's not a real business. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's a scam. It's a pulling the rug. It's not legitimate. It's immoral. It's unethical. It's currency manipulation. And you can say it's optimized, but I don't think it's optimized to you.
I don't think that the current American government is optimized in any way, no. But I think maybe the biggest issues that are pressing Americans, the technical ones tend to be with poverty, and I think access to certain resources, access to an unattainable quality of life. But I think a lot of the issues that people then perceive outside of that tend to be related to social problems or social anxieties. I don't know, obviously we wouldn't necessarily agree on what those anxieties are if we're on the left or on the right. For example, people have different ideas about that, but right now I'd say identity politics and culture wars tend to have a massive impact on how people are perceived in politics rather than their actual competency. And I think this is unfortunate, rather than their actual competency in addressing
the issues. This
same thing.
Okay.
In
Okay, can I give you 30 more seconds and then I'm gonna have to read a book. Anything else you want to say?
No, nothing else. That was it.
Okay, I'm gonna read what's from a book called Open Secret, Versions of Rumi. This is poetry, so it's a meditation. Take the deepest breath of the day. Here we go. Bonfire at midnight. A shot comes out of my room where I've been cooped up. After all my lust and dead living, I can still live with you. You want me to. You fix and bring me food. You forget the way I've been. The ocean moves and surges in the heat. The middle of the day, in the heat of this thought I'm having. Why aren't all human resistances burning up with this thought? It's a drum in arms waving. It's a bonfire at midnight on the top edge of a hill, this meeting again with you. The bottle is corked. The rock splits open like wings, beat air wanting. Campfire gives in to rain, but I can't go to sleep or be patient. Part of me wants to eat the stones and hold you back when you're leaving, till your good laughing turns bitter and wrong. I worry I won't have someone to talk to and breathe with. Don't you understand I'm some kind of food for you? I'm a place where you can work. The bottle is corked and sitting on the table. Someone comes in and sees me without you and puts his hand on my head like I'm a child. This is so difficult.
Necessary tension became a constant background in the body, a physical feeling we mistook for the presence of a separate me. The concept of self was fastened to this sensation, and together they formed what we call our ego, a marriage of an illusion with a false signal. And here's where it gets interesting. People will say, but letting go of the ego, that's the hardest thing in the world. Actually, it isn't, because you know the biggest ego trip going is getting rid of your ego. Your ego doesn't exist. There's nothing to get rid of. It's an illusion. The trouble comes when you try to give up the ego with the ego. That's like asking your own shadow to disappear by chasing it. You will be at it forever. You can't make yourself sane. You can't will yourself to be unselfish or loving. And yet, paradox of paradoxes, it's absolutely necessary that we live that way. If we're to turn the direction of nature back over to nature itself, but you can't do it through effort, through acting spiritual, through willpower, or even through the pious-sounding idea of accepting.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next...
Accepting. Why? Because the separate self you think would do all this, the driver in the seat, is only an idea glued onto a false body signal. So, the shocking truth is, you can't transform yourself. And the good news is that you don't need to. So what happens when you really see this? That you've come to a dead end? And I think, in many ways, the human race has reached that dead end. What happens when you simply wait? You find there's nothing you can do. You just watch. And all around you, life is happening by itself. You are breathing. The wind is moving through the trees. Your blood is circulating. Your nerves are tingling. Clouds are drifting across the sky. And all of it is going on without you having to shove it along. That's you. The real you. The you that happens of itself. Yes, you can pretend to be breathing by pushing the breath around. But day and night, asleep or awake, it goes on without your interference. Your brain is functioning without your forcing it. Your eyes are seeing without you knowing how to work the rods and codes of the retina. When we stop pushing, we discover a world that is not being done, but is simply happening. And that happening is what we really are. But you still want to ask how to stop the illusion. Now, who's asking? Me? Do you think in the ordinary sense in which you use the word I, how can I stop, identify myself with the wrong wrong me? Well, the answer is simply you can't. The Christians have a perfectly good way of putting it when they say that mystical experience is a gift of divine grace. Man, as such, cannot achieve it. If God doesn't give it to you, there's no way of getting it. And that's solidly true. But far from being depressing, this is the good news. Because if you cannot transform yourself, then the main obstacle to transformation, which was you, has already vanished. The trouble is, when you try to give up your ego with your ego, you get caught in a loop. Every method, every technique is a gimmick for strengthening the very thing you're trying to be rid of. Krishnamurti would put it plainly. When you ask for a method, you're still asking from the wrong place. All methods are traps because they begin with the assumption that there is a you who needs fixing. The Zen people have a marvelous way of saying it. You cannot catch hold of it, nor can you get rid of it. In not being able to get it, you get it. So what happens if you just watch? You notice that your breathing happens. Your thoughts happen. Your feelings happen without any controller at the helm. And the moment you see that, the whole notion of the separate doer collapses. You don't achieve freedom. You simply notice. There was never anyone to be bound in the first place. You can't control your thoughts. You can't control your feelings because there is no controller. What you take to be the thinker of thoughts is simply one of the thoughts. What you imagine to be the feeler of feelings is itself just another feeling. And the experiencer of experience is simply part of the experience. It's a curious trick of grammar that gets us into trouble. In English and in many languages, verbs must have subjects. So if there is knowing, we think there must be a knower. If there is doing, there must be a doer. That's not the rule of nature. It's only the rule of speech. In reality, there is just knowing, just doing, just happening. And yet we keep imagining there is this ghost inside the machine, this driver in the seat, who makes it all go. But you don't make your heart beat. You don't grow your own hair. You don't manage the chemical balance of your blood. All of it goes on without your pushing it. And when that illusion fades, you find yourself in quite a different position. You are no longer a little man or woman, locked up inside a bag of skin, peering out at a foreign world. Your real self is not inside you in the way you think. It is everything you are connected with. The air, the sunlight, the mountains, the people, the whole show. When you look out of your eyes at the trees swaying in the wind and clouds drifting across the sky, you are not looking at the world. You are looking at yourself. Not the self of bank accounts and driver's licenses, but the self that happens all by itself, as naturally as a flower opens or a star shines. And from here, there's nothing to improve. No conversion to be made, no ego to drop, no method to follow. Because the one who thought all that was necessary has been unmasked as a phantom. So the point is not to become something different, but to notice what has been going on all along. The effortless happening of life, which is what you truly are. The Zen people have a way of saying,
I'm throwing a party.
cannot catch hold of it, nor can you get
This is gonna be my biggest school ever. No, not like that.
existence. The physical universe is basically playful. There is no necessity for it whatsoever. It isn't going anywhere. That is to say, it doesn't have some destination that it ought to arrive at. But it is best understood by analogy with music, because music, as an art form, is essentially playful. We say you play the piano. You don't work the piano? Why? Music differs from, say, travel. When you travel, you aren't trying to get somewhere. One doesn't make the end of the composition the point of the composition. If that were so, the best conductors would be those who play fastest. And there would be composers who wrote only finales. People would go to concerts just to hear one cracking chord, because that's the end. Same went on. You don't aim at a particular spot in the room. That's where you should arrive. The whole point of the dancing is the dance. Now, but we don't see that as something brought by our education into our everyday conduct.
Danny is single, ready to mingle. She's going to her upcoming Jewish singles event near her town, spending $50 to meet her next. She
And what
will.
we do is
Mazel tov, Danny, you're a free woman.
of this grade system. And now you go to kindergarten, you know, and that's a great thing, because when you finish that, you get into first grade.
Our crisis actor for the campaign has arrived. Welcome, Danny. Please tell us your crisis.
I don't have much time left, so it's very nice knowing you.
Well, one last clip for the
I hope
campaign.
you win. I'm in crisis and I'm acting, but I may not be acting because I'm on all the lists. Someone told me.
Somebody told you you're on all the lists, huh?
You know, it's all good. It's all Tanya.
That's right. What does the Tanya teach? It teaches Event Horizon, Danny. I thought you were going to say Event Horizon. It's a good one. It's a joke. You want to hear a bit from Tanya?
And then, come on, first grade leads to second grade, and so on. And then you get out of grade school, and you go to high school, and it's revving up. The thing is coming. And then you're going to go to college, and by Jove, then you'll get into graduate school, and when you're through with graduate school, you'll go out to join the world. And then you'll get into
quality of life.
where you're selling.
But I think a lot of the issues that people then perceive outside of that tend to be related to social problems or social anxieties. I don't know, obviously we wouldn't necessarily agree on what those anxieties are if we're on the left or on the right. For example, people have different ideas about that, but right now I'd say identity politics and culture wars tend to have a massive impact on how people are perceived in politics rather than their actual competency. And I think this is unfortunate, rather than their actual competency in addressing
This
same thing in the society.
Okay, can I give you 30 more seconds and then I'm gonna have to read a book. Anything else you want to say?
No, nothing else. That was it.
Okay, I'm gonna read what's from a book called Open Secret, Versions of Rumi. This is poetry, so it's a meditation. Take the deepest breath of the day. Here we go. On fire at midnight, a shark comes out of my room where I've been cooped up. After all my lost and dead living, I can still live with you. You want me to. You fix and bring me food. You forget the way I've been. The ocean moves and surges in the heat.
Okay, so this is what I usually do. Blink your mics if you have closing comments, and if not, please escort yourself down to the listening lounge. All right, John, you have 30 seconds, then Matt, and then we're gonna close the room. Go ahead, John.
Okay, I'd just like to read a 30-second poem. It goes like this. There's nothing ahead. Lovers think they're looking for each other, but there's only one search, wandering. This world is wandering that both inside one transparent sky, and here there is no dogma and no heresy. The miracle of Jesus is himself, not what he said or did about the future. Forget the future. I'd worship someone who could do that. On the way, you may want to look back or not, but if you can say there's nothing ahead, there will be nothing there. Stretch your arms and take hold the cloth of your clothes with both hands. The cure for pain is in the pain. Good and bad are mixed. If you don't have both, you don't belong with us. When one of us gets lost, is not here, he must be inside us. There's no place like that anywhere in the clubhouse world!
And we're done that. We're gonna take that. We're gonna kick it off to Ford Buffalo. And here we go.
Endurance. And they've got that quota to make. And you're going to make that. And all the time, that thing is coming. It's coming. It's coming. That great thing, the success you're working for. Then, when you wake up one day, about 40 years old, you say, my God, I've arrived.
He can read! Candidate Congressman John Kitover can read. A lot of these people can't read. They just want to.
By expectation,
We're listening
look at the people who live to retire and put those savings away. And then, when they're 65, they don't have any energy left. They're more or less impotent. And they go and rot in an old people's senior citizens community because we simply cheated ourselves the whole way down the line. We thought of life by analogy with a journey, with a pilgrimage, which had a serious purpose at the end. And the thing was to get to that end, success, or whatever it is, or maybe heaven after you're dead. But we missed the point the whole way along. It was a musical thing, and you were supposed to sing or to dance while the music was being played.
You know something I love almost as much as I love America? It's a great deal. Also novelty socks. If you donate any amount of money to PragerU right now, you will get these magnificent.
Okay, I'd just like to read a 30-second poem. It goes like this. There's nothing ahead. Lovers think they're looking for each other, but there's only one search, wandering. This.
You wake up each morning in the midst of a, though you do not know it. The sky rises above, the birds sing without rehearsal, and the breath moves in and out of your chest, like the tide upon the shores. Yet you rush in haste, with furrowed brow and troubled mind, as though the world were lacking and must be mended by your effort. You believe you must become something more noble, more virtuous, more accomplished, as if the tree labors to be taller, or the stars strain to shine. But look, the lily does not toil, nor does the mountain strive, and yet both are whole beyond measure. But man somehow forgets this. He sets out on a curious chase to prove his worth, to outdo the heavens, to paint better than the eyes with which he sees. Man becomes confused not by what is, but by what he thinks about what is. When the thinking begins, it comes with the illusion of separation, of self and other, subject and object, seeker and sought. He He saw his reflection in the river and thought he was two, one who is and one who must become. From birth, he is taught to strive, to earn his place beneath the sun, as if being were not already his birthright. He is taught that love is not simply given, but earned, that one must perform, impress, and improve to be seen. And so love, which ought to be like the sunlight asking nothing in return, becomes a transaction, a test. He learns that applause is affection and silence is shame, that gold stars and good grades are the currency of being worthy. And so the stage is set not for living, but for proving. Achievement becomes his identity. The crown he places on his head is heavy, for it is forged from fear. He is praised not for stillness, but for struggle, not for presence, but for progress. And so he learns to measure his soul with numbers, to bind his worth in titles, and to chase approval like a hungry ghost. The mind, once a mirror, becomes a maze. Thoughts breed thoughts, each one trying to fix the last. The more he knows, the more he doubts. The more he gains, the more he fears to lose. In this tangle of becoming, he forgets the simple joy of being. He walks past the sky.
Can you guys support the campaign? So here's the goal, right? We're almost 30 minutes into this, and we'd like to, at the top of the hour, talk about this, and we and then we're gonna close the room. Go ahead, John.
Okay, I'd just like to read a 30-second. Second.
You can find out.
Because all you have your resident.
No, Kima doesn't live in his district, but his voice does matter. I would hope that Kima would prayerfully consider donating his tree fitty to the campaign for John Kitover for Congress.
Okay, so
A lot of clips in there. It's wild.
Background, and we'll get the room started that way, but I want to lay the opening remarks myself. Is that okay? Everybody hear that?
Yes, no problem.
All right.
If anybody in the audience wants to come up, just raise your hand. I'm just pinging everybody to come up. Serendipity, I'm going to send you an invite to come up if you want to come up.
As you guys are gathering in the room, welcome. I'll start
So for anybody on the stage and anybody in the audience, you see the title of the room that was going to kick off here in a minute. How to fix K-12? Is there a problem? And
There's tons of evidence on all kinds of, there's a lot of evidence. Multiple sources.
Give a little time for the child with.
Kitover, we've gotten through the whole U.S. Constitution. John Kitover in the 16th district.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna start the room now. My grandfather clock ringing, and it is 4 o'clock. I spent 10 years after I retired as a substitute teacher in 2 different districts in the state of Missouri. So I do have some experience observing in the classroom. Specifically, I almost exclusively taught in high school, teach STEM subjects because of my technical background. I would occasionally teach junior high, but I would never try to teach elementary education. But over the course of those 10 years, I drew some conclusions about education, and I have, and I've, well, let me tell you that over the last 10 years, in various things that I have written related to education, or I've even said this on Clubhouse from time to time, I believe K-12 education, the lack of a credible, competent K-12 education in our public schools in America is a grave national security crisis. I believe that we have been dumbing down our population for decades. That trend continues down, and we are floundering trying to find a consensus in how to fix it. That's just my personal view. If I'm overstating or something, call me out on it. Finally, in the poll, one of the options was rigor slant accountability, and I want to explain what I mean by that. I believe we ask K-12 public educators to do far more than they should do. The primary purpose of K-12 public education is to teach students reading, writing, and arithmetic at a depth and a level of competency that they are ready to enter the world as 18-year-old adults with the ability to read, write, think critically, and do mathematical problems. Now, that doesn't exclude teaching history or health or anything like that, but teaching subjects with rigor and focus is the job of education. Schools are not, we task schools with far more than just that. They have become a food machine. School budgets must feed students. There are other things. There's a whole host of things that we ask schools to do, which detracts from their rigorous focus on teaching the subjects that are at hand and that are needed to become good citizens. Accountability means holding teachers, students, and parents accountable for their demonstrated performance, competency, if you will, in achieving a competent spend treasure, put people into other organizations. They can use the school facilities. They can do whatever they want to do, but it is not the teachers, the superintendent's, or the principal's job to do things other than teach reading, writing, and arithmetic. So that's what I mean by improving rigor and accountability. And I know that sounds harsh, and I'll probably get strong disagreement, but and then I added more charter. Obviously, somebody's going to say we just need to spend more money, and of course I'm going to ask how much and where you're going to get it from. Then the issue of more charter schools, which basically implies inserting competition to improve education, public education, by having to compete with other institutions whose job is also to teach reading, writing, and arithmetic. So that's my background. Joe B., if you want to weigh in, and everybody else have at it, and I'm willing to listen and learn. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Hanson. Mutual, much respect for you. I'm a Old Navy independent. Yeah, independent. My dad was a E9 in the Navy for 30 years. Let's see. I don't know where to begin. This is my passion work, but we have to continue to build into education choice, and that's where money follows your child, because we got plenty of options. We really do. We have charters, homeschooling, hybrid, district public schools, choice within the public school, magnet schools, micro schooling, online learning, customized learning, town tuitions. I'm not familiar with that one, but we got plenty of money to property taxes. Lowest in the nation, collects 10 grand per head per student per year. The highest one is now 40, used to be 30, $40,000 a head. To follow any student should provide more than enough, and they're collecting that in public schools, not delivering. Less than 13% graduate at a 6th grade reading level. That's terrible. I'll be quiet for now.
So, Joe B. or Anton, let me ask both of you this, considering your background in education. What do you see, and I know you both have probably touched on this, but just for folks who just joined the room, and to kind of just make it really concise, what do you see as the biggest obstacle
strong improvement.
I have a friend who has my best friend has a background in education, and she just transitioned to Florida, and she is now working in the public school system out there. She said down there is an absolute nightmare for her, specifically because of the lack of parent involvement. The students don't want to learn. They can't read, write, or do basic math at grade level. They are very disrespectful. They have no respect for authority, and they just have no interest in learning. And I wonder what's happening. I wonder what's the cause for that. Like the students' lack of interest in learning. Is it the curriculum? Is it the teachers? Is it how they're involved? If anybody, the educators in the room or anybody else on the stage has any thoughts on that, and why parents don't feel like they have a responsibility and, guide their students, their children through the homework process, ensure they know how to read. Parents don't read to their kids every night, right? They don't make sure their homework is done. They don't attend parent-teacher conferences. So I wonder what's going on. It's almost like we have lost trust in the education system and the teachers. What do y'all think?
Okay, I have to listen to what you just said. What's going on in the state of Florida for our charter schools or the public schools?
Yeah, I think specifically from my friend who works in public school down in kind of like outside of Miami.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, both of my children went through a very high-end charter school, right? And then they both graduated from a public high school. They're both very intelligent. I help them to, read and learn stuff. And I don't throw it back on the teachers. I throw it back on the parents every time. These teachers come in, man, they're doing their job. And my kids went into a charter school that is funded from Elon Musk, Northrop Grumman, Harris Corporation. They had a huge STEM program. But if you're not being a parent, that's on you. You're the one with the wackadoodle child that you did not help learn how to do this stuff. They're not 8 hours a day babysitters. That is not what works. But there's too many parents now that go out there and they think, hey, my kid's going to school, cool. I can send them into public school. I don't have to deal with them for 8 hours. I'm going to go to work, come home, and then nothing else? Hold on, there's a lot more that has to happen. My kids never, before they got old enough that they were irritated by me coming in and reading while they were going to bed, which was right around age 10, 11. There's a lot of parents that they're just tired, I guess, and they drop their kids off at school. One, we don't have very much public transportation here in the state of Florida, because if you're within 2 miles, your child can walk to school. But most parents don't do that because we were raised in the generation of, we don't want our kids to get kidnapped, so we typically make sure the kids get dropped off in the carpool line. But, interesting question. That was a great question.
Thank you. I saw you come off mic. Did you want to add?
Yeah, I'm working with a leader in New York City, California, from Lions, the teachers created a place for them to, like a better word, retreat, for them to go practice these kind of service. And to do this census ideas, and these things are, besides there's data and proof of the effect, just once you learn how the mind works, and how the heart works, and how the body works, the thing is, I haven't seen it for young people yet, so I'm going to be seeing it for the first time. It's going to be for young people, but first they have to do the pilot program for the adults, right? So, the answer to your question is all of the above, right? I think that every, I don't know if it's every generation, but there is a calling for something that, because I've said this before in the room, Einstein discovered that we are not matter, we're energy, right? Well, energy is always changing, right? So we have to change with that energy, right? So there's a calling for something new. And if you're trying to do things in an old way, and it doesn't make sense, then you have to be willing to adjust. And it's like we have AI coming, right? They have quantum computers, and then people are afraid that there's a change, there's something different. It's not necessarily bad. It might be even better than we ever expected. So this kind of thing is going to happen. It's already been tested and proven with adults. They've done these retreats for young people's parents. So they've done it much more for decades to adults. It's fairly new to young people, but it's very effective. Very effective. They've done it in Mexico, prisons, bringing the families and the children together. All these kind of things. So it's really elevating the families and the children's consciousness, and understanding that we are one, not that we are separation breeds contempt, and it's about living in a state of wholeness. Right on, thank you. Who's that? Nancy, go ahead.
Hey, so the
You're on mute. Nancy, you're talking, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
hey, so yeah,
Time out.
you mean the name? No, the lady saying about the babysitter. I think the schools, the charter school, that's kind of a stopgap measure. It's better than the public school. But I think there's a better approach. I think the current school with the charter or anything, this is just a vestige from the industrial age. It is just like because it's a glorified babysit. So this is from the previous era when the parents have to work in the factory and then they have to put their kids away, and there's no better place than a glorified babysitter that we homeschool. And so, and then the school is also set up like a factory. And basically, the kids are treated like widgets on the assembly line, and then they go from grade 1 to grade 2 and 3. So the teachers are the assembly workers, putting on the nuts and tightening bolts according to each grade level. And so, and they're just product cookie cutter, cookies coming from cookie cutters. But the thing is, people are all different. They have different needs, different interests, and different capabilities, and different goals. And they have different interests at a different age, different time. And so, I think the approach, the right approach is to let
parents guidance and all that to start working at an early age. And then they know what they want and then what they are interested in. When they need to learn skills, they can learn skills at different ages of education. It's a lifelong process, and every experience is an educational process. So there's no need for a cookie cutter brick and mortar school that basically corral all those children or adults into one place. And so when they do need the skill, they will pay good money for it, and then the teachers will have will select the good teachers, and then they'll fire the bad teachers, just like when they purchase any product on the market. And so this they have a selection process, and the customer will know what they want, and then the teachers will compete for it. And that's the how to solve the problem once and for all. You will not have this teacher unions and all that stuff. But it will solve all the problems. Okay, that's thank you.
Now I want to say something else.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I think today, the new day that we're in, this age of social media, information traveling fast, these are the moments where major change can happen, more than ever before. If there's not an end goal vision, when I say end goal, right, you can be as lofty as you want. When you create a goal, you can say, I see a world with no war. I see a world where there is much more safety for individuals. When children walk in the streets, as we heard before about children walking in the streets, there's a world like that, right, where everybody is on a certain agenda around the world. So that vision, I think, has to be part and parcel of young people, because their vision, the vision sets the intention for the teachers and everybody else involved. And it's not like it has to be, not like forcing anything on the kids, right? But when there's no intention, things go left, right, and everywhere else. So it will give a direction that we're all going. And like I said before, this data, children will be learning how their mind works, how the subconscious works, and things like this. And they'll learn how to be creators, rather than just the old school way of going. They'll be creators. I want to ask both Timac and Hanson the same question. My premise is that the focus of K-12 should be to teach every student enough knowledge such that they are competent in reading, writing, and arithmetic. I would say that without that basic competency, it becomes nigh on impossible for a graduate from high school to be able to deal with the kinds of subjects that you raised, Timac. If you cannot read and comprehend and read voraciously across a whole broad spectrum, if you can do it comprehensively, and then if you cannot write cogently and effectively about what you have read, then that basic skill is so fundamental to being able to address the kinds of problems that the world faces. And I still think, as I said in my opening comments, that if we fail to achieve competency in the vast majority of the students that
Anson, this is John. Moderators, I'd like to be put in the queue if I may.
Of course.
Anson, you want to go first, or does it like?
Yeah, I'll be fast. So, yeah, Anson, I do agree with you. The only thing is, you said the work ethics. The thing is, yeah, you can instill the work ethics, the parents and all. But I think the most what do you call it? The incentive, the best incentive to instill work ethic is the reward you can give. Even the thing is, the reward ethic is so powerful that even the AI, most of the AI training is all based on reinforcement learning, which is basically the reward. That so if a mere machine can be induced to work harder, the people certainly will be and can. So I think the best incentive is you have the incentive for them to work harder, which is basically, I mean, the free market would provide the best mechanism for that, and that's why I said the people, kids or whatever, they'll just start working at an early age, and then they will know what waits them at the end of their toil. And this is the best reward mechanism. And then they will select and buy, and then they will select. And the selection process is both ways. They will select the better boss that will pay them well, and then they will select the better teacher when they have the urge to do a job well and be trained to. So.
Anthony, you're on mute. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. They will train. They will have the incentive to find the training.
Basic subjects.
They find the training, and then the trainer. They will pay good money for the trainers, and then they will provide the incentive for the trainer, which is the teachers, and then they select the better teachers and pay the teacher well. So this whole thing, this will be benign cycle, for everything. So yeah, that's why I said we need to completely overhaul the education system and that's why I raised my proposal. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Well, the obvious follow-up question, Hanson, is at what age should they leave school and begin working with the intent to later come back to school? At what age should they stop any formal public education to enter the workforce?
This is like, good question. Funny, I mean, I'm not saying that they started from a toddler or something, right? And even toddlers can kind of can infiltrate or kind of gradually set up the environment. Depending on the children, and then you can the start gradually. I mean, especially now, you have the technology to do that because AI, with the advent of AI, this is even better because the entry, I mean, the barrier to entry to start working is so much lower, and the teenagers would be better programmers than the adults. And with the advent of AI, the age limit for that would be lower. I mean, joining the workforce, and then they can work on the programs and set up a program and all that. It will be so much lower. And
But again, are you talking 10-year-olds? Are you talking 8-year-olds?
Yeah, 8-year-old. I think 8-year-old. Yes. I mean,
okay, so send a kid to 3 or 4 years of elementary school, and when he's 8 years old, put him in the workforce, let him learn, and come back I apologize.
It's okay. So the type of things I'm talking about, again, I'm not an educator, right? But I'm going to say something that's very common sense. When a child walks into a room, right, the energy has to be somewhere. And it has to be somewhere that is safe for them, that is, you know, this is overlooked, right? And because this is overlooked, because you were talking about reading and writing, of course, this goes without saying. But these are the bad results of reading, writing, arithmetic. Start with energy. Start with the child being in the energy and knowing how to shift energy and all these kind of things, right? So it's not woo-woo. Again, this is all data-driven, what I'm talking about. Again, like I said, I have children. There is a professional person educated that's going to be delivering these programs, right? But just think about going into a room in Clubhouse, right? And if it's hostile, it's not a place where you can learn as easily as if it's a different type of energy that's uplifting. So children come into the room knowing that they're creators, knowing that they're geniuses, right? To the extent of which they can even teach their parents how to refrain from certain behaviors. That's the kind of children that you want to bring into society. Children that are creative and know what their future is and know that they are active participants in this future.
I'm so confused with what you just said.
Moderators, this is John. I'd like to be put in the queue, please.
Yeah, no, hold on one second. Yeah, Ben will take this. I don't know who's next. We have to queue it. After John, Ben will come. After John, Ben will come right to you. Go
Okay.
ahead, John.
Okay, thank you. I asked Grok the following. This is on X platforms. How much does the federal government, states, and local government spend annually on education, including pensions? Breakdown by monthly budget. Also, tell me the best way to enhance education while cutting annual budgets by 50% to pay down the national and state debts. This is Grok's reply. U.S. federal government spending is $195 billion annually on education, FY 2025. States spend $400 billion annually. Local governments spend $400 billion annually, with $60 billion in teacher pensions, mostly state funded. Total at $1.1 trillion a year, or $88 billion a month. To enhance quality while cutting 50% slash administrative bureaucracy. It eats up 30 to 40% of budgets. Implement universal vouchers for competition. Integrate AI and online learning to reduce costs. Prioritize core subjects and merit-based teacher pay. This boosts outcomes via efficiency, per studies from Heritage and Brookings. So that's what X Platforms is telling us. I'm glad I could share that with all of you. I hope you enjoyed hearing it.
Thank you, John. Any educators have any response to John? Otherwise, we will let go to Beth. Okay, go ahead, Joby.
I wanted to hear what Beth had to say.
Yes, go ahead.
Beth, you said you were confused, so.
Yeah, I was confused of what he was trying to speak about, but, I mean, thank God America, my kids finally are done with, like, public school system, right? I have them in private colleges, but, with the charter schools, you guys were talking about charter schools earlier, and I had a huge issue, and I went in because this little girl
Got it in there.
was picking on my daughter,
she's dramatic. So I brought in a whole bunch of pizzas. We did a pizza party.
Hands in them like
And I'm
that.
watching. Now, I have a
That's handsome,
master's in
sorry.
psychology. I don't utilize it. I do not make money off having a degree. I don't. But I walked in and I was like, what in the hell are we doing in here? Is this like a social experiment? We're busing in kids to a school where they're watching all these parents pull up on $20,000 golf carts every day. This is not cool. So I watched it. I knocked my daughter in the back of the head. I said, that kid might be mean. But you know what? We gotta figure this out. I've got to learn why she's being mean, right? And I talked to the dean and I said, why in the world are we doing this? Have you talked to the parents and spoken to them to figure out their kids are coming into an upper middle class like public school? It didn't cost us a damn penny for kids to go there other than our tax dollars. But it was not fair to the kids. Not one bit. And this little girl, she was mean because she was mad. And that's okay. You can be mad, but she was mad because her parents sometimes couldn't get her to the bus stop, which was paid for by the county to pick up the kids that they were busing in. I said, you need to rearrange, reschedule, and figure out the children that are coming into the school because they are amazing kids. I mean, this little girl, I'm still in touch with her now. They all graduate high school. But, that wasn't fair when they're in 6th grade and she's coming into a school with all these kids that have parents dropping them off. All this stuff.
All right, we got your point, but I want to ask you, you're the only one in here that I'm aware of charter school in its letter to public education. Which was better, the K-12 public education or the charter school?
Okay. In my view, just to answer your question, charter schools are public schools, but, no, my kids got bullied at the high school. Go, get bullied a little bit. Learn how life is going to happen.
You think the charter school was better for your children than the public school that they subsequently went through, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, so the public school was better than the charter school?
The charter school is a public school. That's what I'm trying to explain. It's a public school.
Different kind of public school. It's a different kind of public school. Charter schools march to their own road, not to the local school.
Careful what you ask for.
They still have to match up at the school board meetings. Yeah.
Jeremy would be a great person to answer that question.
I have too many answers, too many questions and answers, but
The question is, are charter schools better than public schools? That is the question.
if you have a choice, yes, because they have a separate board completely outside of the realm of your public schools. They get their own budget. They get to decide their own curriculum, their own tests, et cetera, et cetera.
It doesn't necessarily make them bad. They could be just shitty charter school or shitty leadership, just like shitty public school.
I think they're good. I know it's them. If I had young kids, which my grandkids were, I recommended charter school, and guess what? I sat on the board of public education, locally, statewide, and nationally. And every time, the charters show up ahead. They just do. Because they're not held to the same guidelines, the policies. They're held to the Department of Ed's set of standards to deliver. They just get to deliver them differently.
Yeah, I was confused.
Would anybody disagree with Joe B on that assessment? Public
On teaching that are at hand and that are needed to become good citizens. Accountability means holding teachers, students, and parents accountable for their demonstrated privilege.
I disagree with this answer because again, there's a number of billing charges right now currently.
I'll agree with that. I agree with that.
And so if they were such a great model, they would be like going off the chart. And charter schools could have different meetings. They could be micromanaged. Again, they could be managed inconsistently. The limited data that they get to have to respond to and to track students' progress, etc., is warranted, not really measured accurately. So saying that they're automatically better than public school systems, well, it depends on the comparison to the public school system. If we're going with Massachusetts public school system or Florida's public school system, which seems to rate very high in the nation, well then, no, they're not going to match up and do well against that. But if you're going to put somewhere like, I don't know, Washington, Seattle area, or maybe Dakotas, or maybe Mississippi, well, yeah, they're going to do really well because guess what? Those public school systems, not so great. So, I mean, again, it's cherry picking with narrative. I think they're both bad, but, and you can kind of find a better way to go about it. Oh, you're almost dying. But I mean, at the end of this, you really have to look on a broad nuance. Saying charter schools are just automatically better is absurd. It's like saying, the Army is actually like good. They're just never going to beat Navy in the overall record of football games.
That's kind of a short, misleading misinformation, Brad.
I don't know. Statistically, I looked it up while we were having this conversation, and it says that in general, only about 36% of charter schools actually perform better than their public school counterparts. About 47 of them perform equally, and about 17% of them perform worse.
Yeah, at least to my knowledge, the reason why you have
And PISA is used by the testing is what's critical. And when you say, okay, here's a check and going up the hill, rather than measuring all the angles and et cetera, they test like that. So the public schools water down their tests. The private schools really push the envelope, so they're ready to go to college or get a career tech certification.
But again, private schools, depending on the payment, but charter schools are not all charter schools. There's a variety of systems that are charter schools. Not all charter schools in any of the systems, the 3 or 4 primary ones that rise to the top, are doing very well. Private rich bougie schools doing great. They fucking off the charts. They perform great. Hell yeah, if you got $1 billion to stick into a kindergarten, those kids are going to do fantastic. They're going to get the best teachers, best resources, automatically. But the charter schools that you're describing as an overall blanket term to take one of the rich bougie schools and apply it to the better overall charter, that's not even accurate at all. Charter schools are not that much better than public school systems, and both have inherent flaws in their design and tracking on their testing scores that you even cited. But you can come to say, yeah, maybe there does need to be work, and maybe we need to actually just kind of not go charter or public and actually try to figure out the education system as a whole.
And just really quick, another factor as to why charter schools and private schools usually don't do the same is not because they have harder material. In fact, they have a lot less restrictions on what material they even have to teach inside of there because they don't have the standards that a public school has to go by as well. And at the same time, there's less about the teacher vetting in those same exact places. Private schools usually don't do well because the teachers that they get usually aren't qualified for the position or don't perform as well as the people that are in public school positions. I mean, if we look at public institution versus private nonprofit versus private for-profit, at least undergraduate graduation rates, even outside of the age of 12, the ones that lead afterwards, you'll see that public institutions are at 63% at 6-year graduation rates, private nonprofits are at 68% in 6-year graduation rates, and private for-profit is at 29%. At least the ones that I'm familiar with, some of the charter schools that I know that are around my area, at least test score-wise, and at least through the metrics that are provided to us publicly to see, they don't perform find a better one for your kid to go to. It's not that difficult to find a good magnet program.
Look, I just want to do a really quick room reset, and I think I told you in the chat that she wants to define charter school. I think that's it. If you just join the room, we're talking about how can we fix K through 12 education. We have a poll at the top. If you don't see the poll, you have to update the app. So for those in the room who do see the poll, you haven't voted yet. The poll options: add money at 4%, rigor and accountability, more charter schools, and something else, which has 62% of the vote. If you voted something else, if you don't mind coming up to the stage to share if you're not already on the stage, or explain in the chat what something else is. Joby, did you want to add?
Yeah, sure. The charter schools, each state has their own method, and it's determined by state policy, and it's related to funding, of course. And they're different when charter schools receive state funding on a fixed per pupil basis, while traditional schools, public schools, receive more funding more heavily in the form of local taxpayer dollars and are eligible for more grants, national grants. Both types of schools directly compete for state funding nationally.
But again, the charter schools you're mentioning, again, aren't forced to have to take in the quote, mixture of kids. They can cherry pick which kids they want to. They also could limit and streamline their budgets based on the programs. So unlike public schools, they don't have to offer a broad plethora of it. They also don't have to worry about, like, say, breakfasts for kids and other needs that meet the students' requirements there, such as psychologists, counselors, career planners, etc. Go down the list. Like, there are plenty of charter schools out there that are just flat out fucking shitty. And I do not get this blanket pass that charter schools are going to be this and replaces public schools that works. Again, they separated up there.
Public school system, or Florida's public school system, which is very high in the nation. Well, no, they're not going to match up and do well against it. But if you're going to go somewhere like, I don't know, Washington, Seattle area, or
Charter versus public school. What do we need to do to fix both schools? Fundamental things.
Well, there's a lot that can be done. For instance, we should have teachers that are based on performance and metrics bearing and actually receive salaries there. We should have funding that goes to the schools. I don't think it should be just solely based on performance.
I don't care if you do. That was an extra college credit I could have got and had on my resume, and I really would have wanted that, especially right now. So just the taking away of classes, just as availability to take, et cetera, and all that type of stuff, just because you think it's too, and not you specifically, Brad, but just because whoever's in charge of me thinks it's too woke or not necessary, even though they have me taking fucking biology classes in college when I'm a music major. Yeah, all this shit about this is unnecessary, that's unnecessary. There's a lot of unnecessary shit that I learned in high school that I didn't need to learn whatsoever, and has never been useful to me in my daily life right now. So I feel like if you just offered the opportunities to learn what you needed to, or specialize what you need to specialize in, whether it be trade, whether it be history, whether it be something, right? Have it be specialized, or at least give them the tools to actually make something of themselves after high school. Because me, graduating from the K through 12 system in 2021, the number one question me and all my classmates had was, okay, I know we're supposed to go to college, but what the fuck do we do from here? We have no clue what to do. We don't know how to be adults. We don't know how to live in society right now. We gotta ask our parents all these fucking questions. Because guess what? The school that was supposed to set us up for being in real world scenarios, the school that was supposed to set us up for adult life, quote unquote, taught us how to regurgitate shit back to them for a nice test score, and then said fuck you and let's go. So for the most part, if we want to change something in schools, let's start applying shit that's actually relevant to people's real lives, like understanding financial responsibility, understanding how to do your fucking taxes, understanding how to do a lot of basic shit that you'll do in adult life every fucking day that we don't get caught because we'd rather learn the mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell, even though you're majoring in fucking welding.
electricity. I don't know how to like freaking cook. That should be a dynamic. I know I can, but I'm picking on myself. And then you need to have other things like this in financial. How to fucking read taxes. How to understand how a bank account works, checking account, credit cards, how that works. Maybe then you get somewhere on the $37 trillion because you need to actually educate people on how to actually rationalize and work financial situations. In the real life, they'll apply it to their governments and say, hey, yeah, we can't have this. So these are areas that could easily help society instead of having the bankruptcies. How to understand their medical bills, how to understand how systems work. Teach them civics, understanding how governments are. But going to PTO meetings and understanding what those are, town halls, and how important they are. Those are things I would start teaching them.
And let me just add something in there, Lynn, because it's something that I have to currently go through as I'm in college. There's, at least in Florida, the civic requirement that we had was at 7th grade civics that we had to take, right? All of the shit afterwards had nothing to do with civics until you get to college, where you have another required course either on U.S. government or on general civics too, in order to have a graduation requirement for the state of Florida, right? So, at least in my opinion, sure, that's a good thing, but at the same time, I feel like we should have civics be a little bit later too, because there's a lot of shit from civics that people forget from 7th grade to being a fucking adult, and it seems like a lot of them forget that during the high school time too. So I feel like if we were to put civics at least somewhere in high school as well, if you're going to keep it in middle school, add civics in high school, or just remove it from middle school and add it to high school, so it's at least more recently known. I think that'd help out a lot, or at least break the balance between civics as a bit more foundational to certain things. Because I know there's a lot of people, if you go up on the street today, ask them what the free branch is, some of them can't even go that far. But if they can explain to you what each branch does, or what the check and balance each one has on the other branch is, et cetera, or what the basic functions of some of the roles of those offices are. So if, I guess if we were to just take a more comprehensive and realistic approach rather than we teach every single subject left, right, and center. And Scarlett, I understand that you heard me say, don't take it the American way, but don't make me take biology. Yeah, I'm not saying take biology away. I'm saying at least give me the choice on whether I want to take it. The same way, don't take the African American AP studies away. Give me the choice on whether or not I want to take it. So for the most part, if I want to fuck over my own education, if I want to fuck myself up, I can take fucking the thing that we all love to talk about, the gender-weighted gender studies basket weaving degrees, etc. Let me fuck over my own money and do so, right? But at least give me the choice to be able to do so. I want the choice to succeed, the choice to fail, etc., etc. If I choose classes that will be better conducive to my success with the guidance of my parents that should be there, then I should be set up. If I choose classes that are setting up for failure, that's on my own fault. Why? Because I chose said classes. I just want the availability to be there. And there's some that may do well by taking the classes that I could do nothing with. And there's like me, where I do well in some of the classes that other people could make nothing with, right? I just want the choice to be able to do so. Because the choice there would make it a lot better for people to start specializing a lot earlier, and for all these companies that start asking for fucking 5 to 10 years of experience when you're 18 to 21, or else you can't even get the interview. At least you can have some experience under your belt, whether it be trade, whether it be an internship, whether it be you doing something where you're actually putting your skills that you learned in K through 12 to practical use in the real world before you get out of there, so you know how to navigate the real world and you understand what you have to do to progress forward in the real world once you get out, instead of just kind of like wondering what's going on and hoping your parents can get you through it, when in some cases some people's parents haven't gotten through it themselves.
Let me, and she said, oh, sorry,
Yeah, Joe, would you do me a favor? Would you go through the chat and try to pick out what the something else's are and make them specific? You know, if it's, I don't know, rather than an amorphous something else, what can people put in the chat that is something else that they would rather do, rather than give them more money, increasing rigor, accountability, or more textbooks? Could you do 5 minutes?
many Christians may.
I've got a question for XG, if he's still here. Would you agree to try to teach a kid how to do a tax return, particularly a fairly complex one, if they can't do arithmetic?
Somebody told you you're all this time.
It's all time.
That's right, it was the time to teach.
Yeah, we used to have some type of things like that back when we were in school. When I was like a senior or junior, etc. So I'd love to talk about that.
Okay,
It teaches Event Horizon, Danny. I thought you were going to say Event Horizon. It's a good one. It's a joke. You want to hear a bit from time to time.
And if you do that, and every student that graduates is competent in those three areas, then the rest will follow. If they're not competent, comprehend what they read, discuss it intelligently, and write about it.
Arithmetic or algebra or geometry.
Mathematics, then all this other stuff isn't going to happen. You've got to focus on the basics, get that right, and then go deeper, and go broader, and that until the public schools can get that right and comprehensively and competently teach reading, writing, and arithmetic in a broad sense, then trying to do all the other stuff is barking up the wrong tree. Would you agree with that?
Not entirely. When it comes to the reading, writing, and arithmetic, I think those are good bases. But for example, when I mentioned that those types of literacy classes, financial literacy classes would come around 11th to 12th grade, right when you're about to go to college and get out of high school. I don't know how long we can be stuck on basics. If we're stuck on basics from kindergarten all the way to 11th grade, that's an issue. We shouldn't need to be stuck on basics for that long. Basics should
Focus on the basics until you get it right, until you get it competent. And if you can achieve that level of competence in the ninth grade, then go ahead and teach others financial responsibility and all that. But make them all learn a competent level of knowledge in reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Well, that's already kind of established, only because, for example, in the college that I'm at right now, and even back in K through 12, to take certain classes, there had to be certain prerequisites that you had finished already or had showed up proficiency in. There were certain classes you can't take if you scored a C or lower in another class. You have to get a B or over in order to get into that class to show that you had an understanding of the material, et cetera, et cetera. So that's not something that's new. Maybe if you want to enforce more, that'd be fine. But as for innovation, that's something that's already been put in place for a while.
We're not talking about college. We're talking about just.
Yeah, K through 12 has it as well. There's certain advanced placement classes that you wouldn't be able to take, certain honors classes you wouldn't be able to take, certain language classes you wouldn't be able to take without certain prerequisites showing a proficiency at a certain level. So that's already in place in K through 12 as well.
But I would also maintain that public schools are not accountable in how they report proficiency. We overgrade.
If the public schools wouldn't be accountable, or I'll ask you this question, not as a gotcha, but just for consistency purposes, would you say that private schools or charter schools would be even less accountable by that sense?
I can only speak from my own very, very dated. I went to public high school, graduated, then I went to, quote, charter school before I went to college. And the difference was night and day, but that was centuries ago. So I'm not gonna, I agree with Brad that we shouldn't be trying to compare charter schools and public schools because, as Brad says, they're both not doing a very good job. And I'm trying to focus instead on what both of them should be doing to improve.
XG had said something earlier, and XG, you can respond to this if you'd like, but it's really a question for the stage and the educator specifically. You made me think, XG, morale, diverting resources, diverting communities, delaying reforms? How do we think the current political and cultural conversations around education is hindering K through 12 progress?
It makes the red states dumber and holds back the blue ones. You're directing that question to who not?
It's for anybody on the stage, really. But I thought of it with some of the comments that XG made, but it's really for
XG. Would you? Well, let me just say this: the program that I was telling you about earlier, I know that it was confusing. I didn't hear any questions. I can answer those, but has to do with the mind and science. So it's when I said something that may throw people off, but I just think of it. It's not in a practical way. I don't do that. I'm just talking in terms of an overall theme. So your brain has a subconscious mind and a conscious mind. So these are the kind of things that would be implemented. Let me let XG answer, but there are going to be things implemented. One last thing, this will have to be implemented. Einstein discovered that we are 99.9999% energy, right? So I don't want to get into a deep discussion right now, but that's something that we'll discuss in the progress of being rolled out. And it will occur, and it is common sense. And it won't be, it's decided.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of hard time following that. At least
That's a good question, actually. If we are mostly energy, but we're referring to each other as black and white, all this, you understand? So there's going to be something very, very.
Yeah, I mean, sure, we're all made of atoms, but I don't refer to a computer as a human either. I make a distinction of a category in the same way that I recognize that, sure, we're all energy, sure, we're all human. There's certain category distinctions that do end up getting made based on certain attributes. It's not, unless you take those category distinctions as inherently negative, I mean, it's not a negative thing, it's just point them out that they exist.
Well, I'm not taking the class, right? So when you said on computers, say that again?
Yeah, like you said, Einstein said that we're all made of 99.9% energy, et cetera. So why would we produce things that's like black and white, just like these categories exist in the same way that we're all made up of atoms? So it's a human, I'm going to make a category distinction between it.
Yeah, but that will be explained as what I'm talking about. I'm not the person that looks at the program. We are anything, right? So, and we do categorize. But most people don't refer to us as energy. We only use
Most of us are never speaking in a context where energy's in mind.
No, you don't have to. I don't call you white. I call you red. Because I have. You don't have to refer to me as black, right? But you have it comes to the description. Because there are pieces. For example, I mentioned that the stuff that is so bad. Basics, and we're stuck on basics from kindergarten all the way to 11th grade. That's an issue. We're stuck on basics without rolling it out. Specific things that I agree with, something else, right? So continue to talk. I'm going to shut up if there's any questions about this energy, because I've been practicing what I'm talking about. I'm not the person that delivers it to kids. I can explain how it's done with adults, but to kids it's different.
Back in response to Mike's original question.
basically, the way I see it, yeah, it's definitely hindering things because there are some things that have become so politicized for no fucking reason that all of a sudden any introduction of them in schools is all of a sudden seen as like fucking horrible. The next like horrible totalitarian thing is being put in, et cetera, et cetera. The evil left is trying to corrupt your children, blah blah blah. Like that type of like stochastic language is probably what ended up fucking over everything. With like X, Y, and Z is trying to corrupt your children. They're trying to corrupt your children. They're trying to threaten your kids.
No, it's propaganda against Israel.
Like that's setback progress.
I'm a
so much because now you can't even have
not on the right. They do it all the time.
without somebody
Even Joe
like,
Biden,
oh no,
who's
we're
a
trying to push
Zionist,
gays fucking
I don't
China.
believe
No.
that he's not a
Like
Zionist.
that's
Even Joe Biden, even that he had to give a little bit of lip service to his
It
base.
seems like they get triggered by anything that has a rainbow color scheme or that may be related to the gays, and that all of a sudden their children are too soft to walk in a world where two dudes might kiss each other. Oh no, how horrendous.
Okay, I'm gonna intervene here just for a moment. As I said when I started the room, I have a hard time. I'm gonna have to leave in 15 minutes. And I wanna go ahead and provide my closing.
YouTube, somewhere between 3.8 and 4.5 million subscribers. There's been some speed up those numbers. 863 million total video views as of August 6, 2025.
How did you do on her last episode? Related to the question, how to fix K-12 education, the consensus is something else, but there's no definition to something else that we can wrap our arms around. Okay, if we get specifics, there's a slight majority, just the three, there's a slight majority for increasing rigor and accountability. Nobody is screaming for more money, which surprises me, etc. But is that not a problem when we try to have an informed, rational discussion on education? We go a mile wide and an inch deep and can't get our arms around something that's truly basic and fundamental to fixing the problem. That's what the poll shows me. That's good information. How to fix that? How do we stop going a mile wide and an inch deep and pick a few basics that are really fundamentally important? I don't know how we do that, but I think it reflects the need to do that. We've got to focus our energy on things that we can fix and not go a mile wide and an inch deep. And that's my conclusion of what this room has demonstrated, but it's been a good discussion, and thank you all for being here.
Well, Anthony, if I could just say really quick, because I added something, I asked Grok, because I had some ideas about how to fix K-12, right? My ideas on how we fix that. But what could something else could be? So here's what Grok are 7 potential solutions. If Anthony or anybody else in the room wants to weigh in, some of these we've already talked about. So first, we need to address the funding inequities. We need to support teachers. Number 2, we need to reform the curriculum and testing. Number 4, tackle learning loss and the gaps, right? 5, invest in mental health and safety, which I think is important. Mental health, hire more school counselors to help these children who are dealing with having challenges at home that they bring to school. That makes it impossible for them to concentrate. Number 6, it says modernize the infrastructure, because as Timok noted earlier, when a student walks into the classroom, they need to feel a certain energy, and part of feeling that certain energy is the safety that the teacher provides, how the classroom is, decorated or organized, how bright it is, how colorful it is, et cetera, et cetera. The aesthetic of the classroom helps, right? And then, of course, the overall building, if it's, water, clean water, not
That's the truth. Yeah, she could drag this thing out.
My observation of that list that you just provided can be all lumped up. They
that in a public school system, you have pensions where a lot of money goes, you have the construction where a lot of money goes. Very few dollars actually get into the classroom. And so this is why school choice, I'm sure Joe B. made a pretty good argument for that. I was out doing other things, so I couldn't participate earlier. But here's something that people don't talk about is the way that we structure the classroom in the first place. We decided that, oh, you were born in this year, we're going to put you in this grade. Oh, and whether or not you've learned how to read, write, or do math, we're going to then, because of your age, put you in this next grade. And what happens is that the teachers then have a choice where they can say, okay, I can teach to the most advanced students, alienating, the mid-tier, the bottom-tier students. They could teach to the medium students, and then that would hold back both, it would hold back the top students as well as probably alienate the bottom students. So then what they ultimately go for is they teach to the bottom students, and what that does is alienates those that could be challenged or that are both, in that mid-tier or more advanced. We need to figure out how to put students based on their talent in the right cohort and get them the right education that they need, the things that they can handle. You can't give too hard a curriculum to somebody that doesn't understand it. You'll shatter their confidence and you won't build their skills. It'll actually be negative. So we need to better identify, and I don't think simply identifying when were you born is a good way of doing that.
Yeah, I totally have to agree with you. I think I think that we need to just reject the entire education. I'm laughing because I know people are going to think that it's radical, but the school system isn't failing at all. It's doing exactly what it was intended to do back when we implemented it to begin with. We don't like to admit that. We don't know. I mean, it's been hidden from us largely, and we've been indoctrinated, right? If you feel like you're in a reticular activating system right now, trying to reject everything that I'm going to say, I ask you, where did our system come from? What was it modeled after? What was the actual implementers of the schools? What was their listed intention? It's documented. It's all very, very open and public, and it is. They wanted to keep us obedient. They wanted to get people into these structured areas to be able to teach and indoctrinate us. That's the conformity. Everything that our current system implements as any type of public education system, anything that you see that does the opposite, that talks about the best models of education, have nothing to do with where we're at. It has nothing is in it absolutely at all. Like the grading system, all of that thing. What Mojo was just talking about. I pulled up real quick because I thought that this was interesting. Directly from, this was let's see.
Your idea real quick and our idea real quick is probably different. Can you hear that? Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so six points of what our system, this is exactly what we're working with right now and what we have implemented, and we continue to think that we just need to throw more money at.
Can I help you while you're looking? I'll just say this.
Yeah.
We built a school system for a world that was going to prepare people to work in factories. We no longer live in that world, but we still have the same school system. The slow modifications that they're making are not keeping up, and the world is about to change in more dramatic ways in very rapid fashion. And so if we didn't keep up from the 1950s till now, heaven help us with the advancements that are going to take place in the next 5 to 10 years. We need to really prioritize this shit. We got to do it quickly. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm looking through my PDF and I can't find it.
He already told you. Why is it always the most redundant people trying to speak on education as if they own it or something?
Okay, here we go. So the 6 points. Now, if you don't know who Inglis is, INGLIS, I invite you to look him up. But here are the listed functions. Okay, the number 1, the adjustive and adaptive function. Schools are to establish fixed habits of reaction to authority. This, of course, precludes critical judgment completely. It also pretty much destroys the idea that useful or interesting
material should be taught because you can't test for reflexive obedience until you know whether you can make kids learn and do foolish and boring things. 2, the integrative function. This will be called the conformity function because its intention is to make children as alike as possible. People who conform are predictable, and this is of great use to those who wish to harness and manipulate a large labor force. 3, the diagnostic and directive function. School is meant to determine each student's proper social level. This is done by logging evidence mathematically and anecdotally on cumulative records, as in your permanent record, and everybody has one. Right? The differentiating function. This is 4 out of the 6. Once their social role has been diagnosed, children are to be sorted by role and trained only as far as the destination in the social machine, as in the social machine merits, and not one step further. 5, the selective function. This refers not to human choice at all, but to Darwin's theory of natural selection as applied to what's called the favored races. In short, the idea is to help things along by consciously attempting to improve the breeding stock. Schools are meant to tag the unfit with poor grades, remedial placement, and other punishments, clearly enough that their peers will accept them as inferior and effectively bar them from the reproductive sweepstakes. That's what all those little humiliations from the first grade on were intended to do. The last function. The social system implied by these rules will require an elite group of caretakers. To that end, a small fraction of the kids will quietly be taught how to manage this continuing project, how to watch over and control a population deliberately dumbed down and declawed in order that the government might proceed unchallenged and corporations might never want obedient labor. The school system is doing exactly what it was supposed to do.
They're looking for solutions, though, D.
Okay, that's good. So the solution is full decentralization. What we had when we started our education system, our children, we were way more educated in the early 17 and 1800s, way before compulsory school laws and any type of. Do you know how exceptionally high the literacy was? All of our founding fathers, Washington, Franklin, Jefferson, right? Where did they get educated, right? Were they at home or were they in public schools?
No, Bima, you're correct, but we got 9 minutes to wrap this room up. But I'm gonna give an illustration of this. So Bima, 895 times 1,000. Go.
For fuck's sake.
Oh, God, come on, man.
Time's up.
No, listen. I just wanted to illustrate the point. She's correct. I'm agreeing with her, by the way. I'm agreeing with her in a oh God, that was a little punchy way, but she made a good point. And I just wanted to illustrate it with a little exclamation mark on it. We don't teach kids anymore. We can't even do simple math.
But Roger, she didn't make the point. She just regurgitated something that somebody else said somewhere.
That's correct. That is correct.
So again, I need you to talk over me so you can shut up. This is why you get smacked around. So again, she didn't do anything, and it's going to this overall thesis.
Let's talk about it, Brad, instead of just respond to what I'm saying.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
You don't even have kids.
You're a subhuman, Brad.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so you want... All right, so we can do this. So let's talk about the fat, obese white women who can't even...
Exactly. This is exactly what we wanted to do. So anyway, so the decentralization, I invite everybody to look at homeschooling successes. You can look at the homeschooling successes.
Hold on.
Homeschooling will outperform.
Everyone mute up for a second. Listen, Uncle Anson is going to listen to this replay, and he's going to be very disappointed in all of us. Can we just, clean it up? You know he's going to listen to this, and then you know who's going to catch shit? I'm going to catch shit. Because the room went to hell the moment he left, and come on, you make me look bad.
No, it was the fact that I was talking, and the fucking obliterated obese thing come marching on fucking
Stay focused. Respond.
Let Brad finish.
No, again, we should...
Focus, Brad. Respond. Stay on topic.
So again, I'm going to
time for the child within you. Don't be afraid to be young and free. Undo the locks and throw away the keys and take off your shoes and ties and run you.
These are not the people we should allow in society to teach their children. Overwhelmingly, they become sexual predators.
Kitover in the
loaded
16.
fucking whale carcass of an ass.
You have nothing to say.
So,
You're
I
ignorant. You're one
How
of the
are
most
you?
ignorant
When
people on
you're
earth.
saying
You
that
have to
your seat is higher than our seat.
I don't care because
You come in, you want to just respond. Add
Illinois District 16.
help us.
Congressman John
You add nothing.
I really have said to myself, I'm not getting involved in drama. I don't want to mute people. I don't want to move people to the goo because everybody.
Just move her down. Again, I get moved by this cunt all the fucking time. Because but she can't take her own fucking take the whole
Talk about education, Brad. Talk about education. Focus. Education.
You had to write a book.
Education. Go.
That's right.
You shouldn't let bare white women
Hold on, Brad, we're gonna give Brad the last word. Nobody interrupt. Brad, you're gonna take this away, and then afterwards, we're all gonna gently slide back into the muff, and we're gonna have some mojo positive vibration experience. So please go ahead and finish it up, Brad, and then we will detox in the other room.
So again, we shouldn't listen to fucking barren, wasted fucking white women who can fucking produce children because they're never going to be a benefit to society. That J.D. Vance is absolutely right. The only thing they do is care for cats. So when we actually look at the education system, there should be an amalgamation. Roger, you were right. You said it in fucking simpler terms. You didn't need to read a PDF to actually get it. The education system is not keeping up with current society's trends or technologies or advancements that we see here. It's also ignoring past problems that we currently face, such as agriculture, such as a plethora of other individuals. It is focused on what? Beamer's fucking idealistic fucking bullshit, retarded fucking narrow ass. That was a waste of education. We should never, ever, ever have given up education to the point of it being the priority of PTA, soccer moms, and fucking purple-haired, septum-nose-pierced, fucking obese, fucking cat women. You shouldn't spend $150 million on a fucking stadium. You should spend at least a good portion of that on, guess what, arts, fucking music, poetry, curriculums, and advanced programs, and also internships and actual real-world experience, as well as trade schools and 4-H programs across. This is what needs to be taught. But of course, Bima is too redundant, too retarded, and too inbred to actually comprehend anything. And again, she will never have kids. No one wants to breed with her. This is why she's spending her time alone licking a dog. I'll land.
Oh, Lord, fix it, Jesus. I wish I could lead us in prayer, but I want to respect everybody's religions and non-religions. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Bima.
What an enlightening speech. Thank you very little. Can you stop road raging? Let's stick to the issue.
I told you don't come for me, right? I was rude to a single person today.
So we have 4 minutes left.
Just can't focus. Because you notice I didn't come for you, Brad. Once again, after I speak, instead of focusing, you start to attack the person. You're responding to the topic.
You can't stop fucking talking. You can't.
We don't know anything about the education system. You like to pretend. You're a good pretender.
We have 3 minutes
Anything
left.
about your own vagina, it's just well, that pendulum.
Pretender.
You're good at it. It's fucking.
Hey, on over to the mouth.
Okay, hold on. Bima and Brad, hold on 1 second, please. We have 3 minutes left before we shut this down. And as Mojo said, gently slide them off. But you don't know if it's possible at this point. We might
Hit her in the head with a bat and just fucking end it, and the world will be a better place.
Does anybody have any final thoughts as we wind it down? One mic on timeout, please.
Brad, what controls most of human patterns, their behavior? Is it the subconscious or the conscious brain?
The subconscious.
Right, how much percent?
I don't know. Ask the doctor on that one. I don't answer questions.
95% is
Different, huh?
Anson would have been so disappointed.
I'm gonna send him a message. I'm gonna say, hey, Anson, if you got any brain cells that you want to kill, listen to the last 15 minutes after 11. He's gonna, you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna tell me that we need better mods. That's what. But the truth is, it's like, if we're being honest,
forget about who was involved. That was all my fault. I allowed it to descend. I could have modded differently and I didn't. Look, I had a fun day. I had a blessed day. I drove a car today, just within the last hour, I drove a car 170 miles per hour.
Wow. So, let me ask you a question.
Where'd you go? It was a Ferrari 296. It was,
oh my God.
Yeah, the straightaways of the Portland track are a little longer than the Seattle track, and man, this thing, man, it probably had a little more pedal left, but you know, we got to the cones.
Nice. Were you in the moment, Mojo? Were you in the moment?
I was in flow state. I was in a flow state for sure.
There you go.
So how's the positive vibrations over there in a rational discussion group? Was it a good discussion before I came in and ruined it?
It was an okay discussion. You know, those educational rooms, you always end up hearing the same people talk on them. And the chat was good. It's the same points. Everybody talks about, you know, doing this to improve testing and this to improve testing and blah, 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 blah. And that is not the problem. The problem isn't the fucking testing. The problem is the whole freaking shebang. Like, it just needs to be overhauled.
John, what plans do you have to overhaul the education system in America?
Mojo, I don't know where John is, but what I was trying to articulate, it wasn't coming out well because it's something that I practice and adults practice. So I didn't know. I think differently than a lot of people. So when I was explaining, it doesn't land for them in a way where they can understand. I think so. That's what you shut up about it.
Yeah, you know, Simon Sinek's got this thing about start why, and he gets into people that think different. He talks about Steve Jobs. He talks about Martin Luther King, and he also talks about the Wright brothers and how their view of the world starts with they start with why. Why are you different, right? Rather than what you do and how you do it, why do you do it? And the people that change the world have a very strong why.
That's right. So that's more along the lines of what I was talking about. That in the education system, there has to be a unity around what the why is. And I talked about what's important to people's daily life, their families, their environment, and beyond just their local area, right? It's not just the country. There's across the waters to other countries, right? The why is to develop a safer, healthier humanity. It's humanity, basically. You know. So what Dr. Joe's work and what we're going to be talking about and applying in October it's going to be about that. That the children will there'll be an agenda that is focused towards that goal.
Hey, this is candidate Congressman John Kitover, and I just want to say that in that room I called out that we're spending $88 billion a month and $1.1 trillion a year. I would suggest instead of $88 billion a month, we go to $60 billion a month immediately. Does anybody think that might solve the problem?
John, that's the result. The money that's the end. Things require money, but first you got to figure out what the thing is, right? The change that has to be made, right?
Well, no, I think what he's saying is the opposite of what some people say. But one of the choices in that poll was do you want to add money? And maybe the answer is we take the money away. I mean, if you look back, we called a certain generation the greatest generation. Why do we call them that? It was a generation that grew up in the Great Depression. They were forced to deal with less money. And so I would make the argument that when you take money away from a situation, you actually open up the conditions that can allow you to actually improve the situation. Only when you're doing things really, really well can you then have the discussion of, hey, can we pour money on this? Money should be the gasoline that you put on a fire. And we don't even have a flame yet. So I would say what we need to do is we need to take the money away from the system. We need to starve the system, and we need people to be creative, create parallel institutions, something that works, and then once it works, then we pour the money on it. And I will tell you, people will be less picky about how much money we spend if you're getting a return on that money. Because I think one of the frustrations that we feel is that we've spent $37 trillion, more than what we have, and we don't have good results. We also have $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities, and we have nothing to show for it. That being said, there's worse places you could be. You could be in a country that doesn't have that kind of money to spend, right? But has other cultural problems that are a huge issue. We at least have the Constitution of the United States. We at least have, the idea that individual rights is a good idea. We just need to have the gumption to protect those rights.
Let them earn the money, then give more money. But you're right. I think it should be less money, less.
I think what we should do is take away every penny and then say, okay, whoever builds a system, they're going to get the dollars. And if that means that a system is going to say, hey, we don't have enough money to operate, we'll just say, well, imagine that. Remember the free ride? The money came for nothing?
Well, in the Chicago school system, which is broke, needs 175 million, the students should be cleaning the classrooms. Why do they have a $115 million janitorial contract when they can just have the students clean the classrooms like they do in Japan?
Because you can't use chemical, but 5-year-olds in kindergarten fucking chemicals to mix and combine. Like, you don't want to give them Windex and freaking bleach and say, here you guys go, combine it yourself and then toss it in pine sol and that'll clean your floors for you. You really don't want to do that to a bunch
How
of
do
kids.
you do it in Japan? In all these federal offices where millions of federal employees work, instead of hiring crews of tens of thousands of cleaners, you know what? Maybe all those federal employees should clean their cubicles and vacuum around them. They clean it themselves.
No, I disagree, man. I once got called out because I would dip in my trash can in my federal office. And I got called out from someone else, like another person that worked that was a secretary.
Well, I think what he's saying is if you do that and you don't keep your space clean, they should fire you.
No, totally. I mean, but no, I mean, that's why they're there to clean, right? My shit was clean, man. Where I work, man, you can't leak documents out.
So there was a case that I forget the thing where a school was actually having kids participate in cooking, which I think kids should learn to cook in school. I think it's a very noble and worthy pursuit. However, it's now become a risk because you can thank the fucking white women of the world, the obese white women, because again, in between eating ho-hos, they decided that their kid may have gotten scalded with hot grease, or maybe burnt their finger on a pan, or maybe, God forbid, cut themselves. That the lawyers that they went and screamed the most to, knowing that their kid has to have life experience, knowing that they have to actually do these things, they turned around and sued the schools. And so schools stopped doing simple things like that. We used to have gun ranges. The Soccer Mom Association has stopped that one. We used to have shop where they actually built lamps. That stopped because of the Soccer Mom Association. So if you really want to make those changes in the school system, you need to start with the obese white women that really do fuck up the schools for the rest of everybody else.
Bring it up at 1.1 trillion a year, and we're 37 trillion in debt. This is a place to start cutting. 1.1 trillion. trillion a year in this country gets spent on education. 88 billion a month. You can't cut it 25%. You can't cut it 40%. We're $37 trillion in debt. Now I know I sound like I might be whining and complaining, but where are the good cuts going to come from? Because I got to tell you, I'm building a collection of cuts with all of these Hanson rooms and Mojo positive vibration rooms, and I'm going to put all these position papers. Basically, I'm doing forensic accounting. So thanks for the content. I keep posting my next. Nobody's reposting. Are you guys just all a bunch of talkers? Or are you going to do any retweets? Are you going to do any likes? Are you going to share this room? I mean, are we just a bunch of talkers or a bunch of doers? What is it? Talkers or doers?
You see, if I would always fight with my, it's a good mother. That's what it is. I never.
Wait, hold on. Hey, mute yourself. Listen, go read the rules. Hold on, hey, go read the rules. I want you to refer to rule number 10. Once you've read rule number 10, if you can read rule 10, then you can re-engage, this time in English. But if you don't speak English, we got my friend Johnny here who can teach it to you. Right, Johnny?
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm looking for the rocket chats. We don't have that here?
Rocket chats? What are we talking about?
It's the newest thing from Nelson and Company over at Chatter.
Oh, you mean the Jonathan Bing app? The one where he single-handedly destroyed what could have been a good thing?
Oh, is he the one to blame?
Jonathan Bing's got a big head with no brain. He's got like just whole thick skull. There's nothing in there. It's you know, you shake a watermelon to hear the fucking moisture. You can shake his head, you hear nothing.
Oh, darn.
So he's the fall guy, Roger? He's the fall guy. Jonathan's the fall guy?
Jonathan Bing might be the stupidest human being that's ever walked the face of this earth.
But isn't it Nelson's app or is it
Nelson's the boss. Nelson's the king. It's meant to be the king. Hey, best boy.
I just was in there, and it probably had a total of less than 50 users across the board in 10 groups.
I hear you.
The biggest stream was 20 people. It's so boring every time you go in there. And I do like the features, but
Like,
yeah,
rooms
it's
now,
not like it.
two people, the person and their button to run video and nobody's watching.
Their problem is that all they want to do is poach Clubhouse users, when they should just go find their own users by advertising. Oh, wow, who would have thought? That would have been great.
Fucking
Wow, you're
point
a
out that
genius.
the way Nelson and Jonathan Bing is running Chatter is the same way that your federal government is running the government. And the reason why Jonathan Bing's brain is so big is that's called swelling of the head. And what is his name? CeeLo Green, that famous musician. He kind of reminds me of that guy who did those great songs. But anyways, I'm just saying, is $1.1 trillion enough to educate the population of this country? Where can we cut it 20%? Anybody here want to concur that we can save $200 billion a year in education? Anyone?
The head isn't related. They really wish you would stop using terms that you think you know that you don't know.
Well, swelling of the head. Anyway, I'm still hanging in over there, but I go there just to see what's going on. They have a couple good rooms at night. He's rounding up a lot of investor types, venture capital people, having forums. I think he's trying to learn how to raise money.
Well, you know what? Maybe we'll go teach him how to raise money. Maybe we'll go do a money bomb. You gotta mute up.
Sorry.
Get a little feedback there, buddy. Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe we'll go do a money bomb over on Chatter. We'll essentially walk in, we'll open a room. Well, first of all, does everybody here have Chatter downloaded?
some support from people that, that care about the country. Maybe there's people on that app that care about the fact there's $37 trillion worth of debt. Maybe. Because there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of people on this app that care. The people that do care have already donated. John, how much money have we raised so far?
We've raised $1,100 in 48 hours for the campaign to elect John Kitover to Congress.
Maybe what we should do is issue a challenge to Chatter and say, hey, 48 hours over on Clubhouse, we were able to raise $1,100. Let's see if this app has a higher caliber of donor, and then maybe we can shame them and challenge them to give more money.
Well, have you seen how the rocket chat thing works? You can set like a goal amount. People can donate between $1 to $200, I think it is.
You have to pay $20 a month to be able to get rocket tips. If you're a free user, you can't get tips. You can tip others, but you have to be basically like a blue check, or you have to be a plus member.
That's okay. That's okay. That wouldn't allow us to be compliant with FEC regulations anyway. So we're just going to have to be able to post a link for them to go to the website, and they're going to be able to donate. We need to track these things. We need to be legal and legit. This is about rule of law.
Yeah, and you'll save $20. And you'll get you'll get to keep the percentage of the money coming in as opposed to 50%, because 30% goes out the door to the App Store. This is an in-app purchase, and 20% goes to Chatter. Because they need the money.
That's brilliant, though. If we go there and John, we money bomb John there, not through their rocket mortgage. I'm sorry, I'm just making that up. But the rocket tips, we give it through a Cash App or through whatever means to donate as is set up for John. They don't get a penny of it. We're using the app without them getting a penny. That's actually brilliant.
Mark, why would they get a penny of the donation?
I hear they're taking about, I don't know if this is true, but if I understood correctly, they take 50%. So if someone tips $200, you only get $100.
They stole that idea from Fanbase. That idea has been
right. That's correct. That's what they're doing.
But so here's the plan. We're going to warm up to these things. We're going to go to Chatter next, and we'll do one this weekend. We'll raise some money. Then we'll wait a few days. We'll do it on Fanbase, and we'll work our way up to a big splash that we'll do on Twitter Spaces.
That sounds like a plan. I have put in the chat, put a link to the antidote account if you want to donate right now. $5, $10, $100, $1,000. I know Brad, I was unable to convince him today, but Brad, I still hope you're going to join Team John to get to Congress.
No, I will not be donating to the stolen valor candidate that is trying to represent and steal funds from a PTR that he took offline from somebody else.
John, my problem with your running is that I do appreciate that you want to give women $15,000, $20,000 to have a child, but what's the backup plan there? That money is used towards the child, but the woman doesn't just have a child, it's the money and sends her child to the front door of the fire department or the hospital.
The alternative is going to an abortion provider and spending $15,000 to $20,000 there. We're spending $1 billion a month executing 60,000 children, and I just think that if the woman has an option, 20% of women would probably opt for the check instead of having an abortion. It's my opinion. Maybe it's controversial, but that's my opinion.
I would support you more if you didn't give money, period. If you want to have a child, but if you don't. But why are we giving money in the first place in that respect? You shouldn't have a kid if you need money. You shouldn't be having a kid. You should have money and be ready. And
I don't think you understand. The money's going to get spent. It's $1 billion a month. I'm saying take 20% of that and give people the option. I think you'd be surprised. People want money. They need money. They want to have babies. So if you want to, ask the primary question: how much are we spending on abortion providers monthly and annually, and reverse engineer from there and take from there. No matter what your position is, I'm just saying, the money is flowing, so it's up to us to optimize the spend.
We do have a poll up, and it's an interesting result so far. I think as
75 to 50% to the intended recipient, and there's like a month, I don't know, 30 to 60-day delay. They hold it in escrow or something.
Are you referring to the rocket system on?
Yes. I'm no expert on it. I sent my first one to somebody the other day just to see if it worked, and it did. It cost me $1 plus tax.
I have no problem saying this about Scatter and Nelson. Why doesn't Nelson say, let's talk about it? Shouldn't he say, let's chat about it? That'd be more poignant to his,
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
That's crazy to me. You should say, let's chat about it. So let's talk about it. Okay.
Oh, that's right.
They used to have the slogan "Chat to the Moon," and I tried to get them to change it to "Chatter to Uranus," and I had some images for it, but it just didn't catch on for whatever reason.
Did you say scat?
That's great. That's hilarious.
Sean, did you say scatter, not chatter? That's what
Yeah. I was inspired by calling it Scatter, and I'm like, I like that. We should call it Scatter. That'd be actually, well, I'm not gonna say names, but I give credit to someone else. That's not my original. I didn't come up with that.
I just want to say that, I am running for Congress. I am a Service Connect disabled veteran, and Brad has been roasting me quite vigorously this morning. And I gotta say, you can look at my two PTRs here. This John account is me standing with Ron Paul in Los Angeles, I believe in 2012, when I donated, I think, $400 or $600 to his campaign. And I was invited because I was a veteran, and I got to take a selfie with him. And then you can see my other profile there. That's me when I was, in 2005, getting commissioned at the Citadel Military College into the U.S. Army as an intelligence officer. So to claim otherwise, and plus I was honorably discharged. So if anybody wants to see my credentials, my DD 214, please come to me directly and don't rely on Brad's slanderous, libelous accusations.
Well, we need to go to the European Wax Center and get your chest waxed. Just saying, okay?
What about Uranus?
Johnny, you being in the Army is almost as believable as that there's a guy out there that wants to actually let FEMA do oral on him.
Oh dear Lord Jesus. It's sad when you've built your whole personality around just insulting others. I mean, like, could you imagine if Brad didn't stop insulting people, there would literally be nothing left. He would be nobody. That's the only reason people like Brad.
Hold on. You guys might have got the wrong memo. This is the Mojo Positive Vibration Experience. You are welcome to participate as long as you're spreading good vibrations.
So why do you cut me off when I got attacked first? Why didn't you go to the root source?
Listen, I might be late to respond, but the response was important. Let's do this. Let's go around the room. We'll go in PTR order. We'll start with serendipity, and we'll just say something nice. Serendipity, go ahead. Yes, sir. Oh, she got a phone call. Convenient. I will start us off, and then we'll pass it around, and I will go in PTR order. I want to say something nice. I want to say that I'm impressed that people have come together this week to get together to read together. I think that was a shared experience that was very rewarding. They've gotten together to dig into their civic duty of giving money to a political campaign that they believe is going to help to change and make this world a little bit better of a place. And so I'm very proud of Clubhouse. I'm very proud of people that come in the muff. And yes, I said come in the muff. So I'm very, very proud. NY, go ahead and tell us your positive things.
yes, we can make a little bit of place.
Alright, I see some bumper stickers coming. Wallace, go ahead.
Hey, what's up? Good day, beautiful people. Let's see. I think it's great being fifth on stage in the buff. That's pretty cool. Also, I think we could get quite a bit of money to the campaign if we just get another bet going. Brad, you make that bet, we could probably get, what, $1,000 for Brad? To the campaign, if you lose, like, we could probably get something going here and get some money from Brad. Yeah, if I donate it anonymously, which I think that's great that you could donate anonymously if you care to. Not $9, $10, and not 11, but yeah, 10. So yeah, fun stuff. Great day. Love you guys.
Alright, I want to go back to serendipity. Do you have any positive vibes to share?
Positive vibes to share. I just want to tell everybody in this room, you are enough in the muff.
Thanks, babe.
I've been told that before as well.
You are enough.
Whose turn is it now? Timer?
No, John, it's yours.
Yeah.
John, it's your turn. Positive vibes in the muff.
So, I think you have to ask yourself, what is the source of all positive vibrations? And, right now, I am laying in the sun in the living room. Excuse me, time out. Could you mute up, please? I'm laying in the sun in my living room, and I am absorbing super positive sunlight, vibrations. These are photons. And what's interesting about a photon is a photon still has mass. And what I like to think has mass is our words and what we think and what we say. They come out so quick, they disappear into the ether. They're a little bit like a photon, but I think our words have weight. And so, if you're conscious or self-aware, you're aware of what you're saying. And as a candidate congressman for the 16th District of Illinois and a Service Connect disabled U.S. Army veteran, I just want to say that positive vibrations are always now. That's the secret source. It's the NOW. And I hope right now you are relaxed, you are breathing, and you are at peace because, friction causes disharmony. And, negative speech, just like quoting RoboCop. I met Peter Sellers at Equinox. I met the RoboCop, and I said, "Are you him?" He says, "What do you mean?" I said, "Are you RoboCop?" He said, "I'm RoboCop." And I said, my dad was a cop for 30 years, and he used to quote you all the time. He said, "What was your dad's favorite quote?" I said, "Bad language makes for bad feelings." So if you remember that, and you are in control of your positive vibration, and you hold on to the center, you will always remember that, the way you treat other people is the way you want to be treated. And so if you speak with anger, you're going to create anger, and the feedback loop is always anger. So speak with peace, speak with love, speak with joy, and it just generally returns you. This is candidate Congressman John Kitover from the 16th District of Illinois, sitting in the sun, wishing you all super positive vibrations.
Not bad feelings made for bad language.
Well, time up, and it's your turn. Share some positive vibrations.
Yeah, wishing everybody an amazing rest of your year. If you want to have a good laugh, I have a film that's being re-released into theaters. They added 500 to 600 more theaters, but it starts October 19th at AMC, and I'll find out more about the other theaters that are releasing it this fall. It's called Last Dragon
man. I'm just a good person that loves good things.
Oh, there's that. Hey, that's positive. There's positive vibration. Sending you, look, I'm reciprocating your positive vibration. Very nice. Beth, positive vibrations?
Yeah, wake up tomorrow and be grateful for your day and be a little bit better than you were today. There you go.
All right. All right. It rhymes. That's positive. John, tell us your positive vibration.
Oh, chatter doesn't have bugs. They're just undocumented features.
Okay, okay. We're fixing not only this app, we're fixing the other apps as well, simultaneously. Both playing right. Akima, can you share some positive vibrations? Akima going once, Akima going twice.
The sun came up again today, so we got another chance.
Okay, okay. Joby, positive vibrations? Uh-oh, Akima wasn't done. Akima, go back to you.
I thought I might come with that.
All right, no problem. Joby, go ahead, positive vibrations.
I love that Anson opened this original discussion. That's it.
I love it. Sean B, love to hear your positive vibrations.
Just remember, everyone, when in doubt, breathe out. When you're in the muff, enjoy the moisture, enjoy the ride, and slide. Love you.
Okay. Ashley, it's your turn. Positive vibrations.
When life sucks, there's always books to disappear in.
Books, otherwise known as the world's greatest external hard drive. You learned that here. Marshall, positive vibrations.
I'm doing good. Didn't sleep, but back to out of town tomorrow. Talking my come. He's having his best party.
Alright. Well, those are the positive vibrations. We're going to try to minimize the negative vibrations. But sometimes you got to keep them vibrations coming.
collecting favors or gratuity or funds and utilizing the image of a veteran, and you're doing it under the name of the veteran, and you have not served, that is stolen valor. So no, this idiot who spends his day with 20 phones in front of him in his underwear and living off of lithium and playing fucking EDC in the background and thinking dubstep is going to make a comeback. No, this motherfucker, if he did serve, he was discharged because he was batshit crazy, and he didn't go through the Citadel. He also couldn't even remember the first two sentences of the oath he took.
Hold on, you could Google John Kitover Citadel, and you can find
Okay,
it.
so why don't we bring up Rydell? She's got a lot of experience in the Army, and she's got contacts all the way through. She can go search this down, and she can go right down to the grid and make sure that who you're collecting funds for and this person on stage are the same person. We can do that game. I'm just saying you take stolen valor and you're collecting money on it. That's a fucking problem I have. That's a line too far. I mean, you could actually continue to say Monica's a great looking girl. No, that's not true. But I mean, stealing under a veteran's name, that kind of, it's shitty. It's shitty.
Brad, you making the claims that you're making and getting it proven to be untrue as it happened earlier today, I would just ask Abby. Abby, can you tell Brad what the consequences are for slandering somebody in such a way?
It's going to be a civil case, so it's whatever the damages are. That's, it matters what state, it matters what the damages.
So if you were to slander somebody and make an erroneous claim that he is committing stolen valor, and the evidence is proven, and then after the evidence has been shown to continue to repeat these things, I don't think a court would look upon that very fairly.
Did Brad say it was his opinion?
No, he was stating
Brad,
it as a
did you say it as an opinion? It's your opinion?
That's totally my opinion. This idiot, go ahead. But this is the biggest troll and scam that's going to go through. This reminds me of all those early clubhouse days where people paid for fucking courses on real estate, how to get rich. This is grifting. This is bullshit. You don't believe me? You can go ask Brad. You can go ask a number of people who are like, yeah, this is a completely crackpot made up fucking troll.
Brad, Abby is trying to help you by suggesting.
The part that pisses me off is the fact that you're using a soldier. It's not you, and you're playing some bullshit game. Again, even under your ballotpedia photo, you put an enlisted uniform on and then said, yep, that's my photo when I graduated OCS. You did it. John, is that your uniform? Or is it photoshopped?
No, that's my uniform. That's my commission.
That is absolutely you look like a. Do you still have it?
100%. That's me.
So you still have it?
Go to John Kitover on Instagram.
Do you still
I
have
don't have the uniform anymore.
You don't have it?
I didn't say
Why not? How come?
Well, I unfortunately went through a purge in an apartment. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of
rid of your uniform.
Yes, that's right.
But you cannot. When you held in your position, you hold 50 funds. You're actually getting votes. Hang on, John, hey, sorry.
Brad.
Wait a second. Yeah. Wait a second. Thank you. So you decided to be able to purge your uniform, yet you still have 52 mobile phones.
I don't have my Citadel uniform either.
I find that really interesting.
I hate to tell you, but I'm not.
I hate to tell you this too.
I'm not on board.
No. John, you're not going to talk over me, man. Sorry. It's not going to work. It's part of the rules. You really should check them out. And we're here for good vibes in the month. Okay? I'm just highlighting. I find it incredible. Let me just highlight this just very briefly. It is nuts that this guy has 52 cell phones. Okay? But doesn't get his uniform.
Real quick, I'm going to jump in. Listen, if you guys don't like the amount of electronics that somebody possesses, that's totally your opinion. But when somebody is making a claim that a person's identity isn't their identity and trying to slander them, that you could be held liable for that. This is why we have rules around slander. And the fact is that if anybody in this room wanted to take more than like 35 seconds to Google it or Grok it or GPT it, you didn't say Kitover,